Mic check. 1, 2. 2 Legit City on the mic. We are back. We are back on the guided playthrough, the Aquatic Planet Pack playthrough with all achievements. This is going to be where we continue. We have just finished Carnivore, Locavore, and we're going to be on our way to do Super Sustainable right now. I hate that sometimes. You load the game, they drop their items to the ground immediately. All right, so for the most part, we have just got in our 3 sets of fluke coral. Now that we have finished the Carnivore Locavore, we could plant stuff now for the first time. So we have 150, 150, 600, 900, which is enough dupes for, or enough oxygen for 9 dupes. We have a little bit of additional oxygen with our sublimation setup, but that's powered by the P dirt. We will actually want to remove some of these now. There is no dirt inside. That's great. So we're going to remove that, remove this, and remove that. Start removing some of the stuff we don't need. We still have one here and one here to take care of any remainder P dirt we may have. We're also filtering out this polluted water, creating space. We're still running a little bit of slow go, so we'll probably stop running these guys, to be honest. It makes a lot of sense that we would stop doing that soon. And then I think I may want to do this. And we'll start doing some long floors here. Yeah. All right, so last time we were looking for a source of radiation so that we could continue tacking up, because that's kind of what the problem is right now. So that is finally found. We have some bees now working hard. There's a small little heat source here. I just don't think it's going to be a problem given how cold everything else is. And it's abyssalite, small tile. There's no heat anchor allowing the heat to get sapped in. So that's going to mean that this is not going to be too bad. We're also seeing where the polluted brine is. Everything that we've found so far is a volcano, so we won't be utilizing that for too much. And then the one thing we do have is a saltwater geyser that we do kind of want to take care of. There's brine here, there's saltwater here. We also want to get a stable source of plastic. So we're probably going to go down to the tublias. Some of them already got bopped because of the glaciers that spawned inside the biome, so bad times. Tublias do require a warm environment, I believe. Yeah, this is 50 to 110. We got minnow right there. We got the pin pockets to give us diamonds or uni. And then we will have to ranch the sea queens, because we gotta get pearls. Is it you? I think they tell us on the pod, right? Sushi and then caviar. So we already did the pearls, so we gotta deliver caviar that comes from the sea queens. All right, so another thing is we can't make sushi until we get mealwood. So we're gonna want that. And then we also want to probably start ranching a little bit of the starnicles. Mainly because this is going to be our source of phosphorite. So we will want to be growing these so that we could continue feeding our beacons. There is some phosphorite on the map. But yeah. Let's look at the coquinas. You could only get this naturally on the map. We have 200,000. There's still a lot in the ocean that we could convert. And there's nothing else we could really use that for. So I think we will do a Dreco Ranch setup because it's more longevity of getting plastic, phosphorite, reed fiber. In a sense that, yeah, we gotta mop this up. Oh, too much liquid. All right, we'll mop that up. There we go. In a sense that it's going to be a more long-term stable setup. But I do think we'll grow a little bit just to get started for now. And then we'll think about Drecos later. How much reed fiber do we have? 38 units. That's good enough to get started for suits. We are still relying on the clam plums here for oxygen. I mean, for pearls, so that we can make more wide farms for the oxygen. And we will want to make another set of flute coral. But the thing is that we're going to want that to be in a liquid lock, so that we could have a box of oxygen we could pump out of to supply the suits. Some of the errors are going above 2,000 now. That's kind of impressive. So that means we could dig a little bit more freely now, as it shouldn't be a problem. All right, so let's do some spacing here. There's a good chance this becomes a setup like so. This ends up being 18 tiles. That makes a lot of sense to do something like that. And then we could easily do something like this. Something like that. We will do these and then mop this up. The reason why I'm going to want to do this is because we're going to readjust the ladder going up. And that probably means I'm going to have to box this one up as well. So if this isn't doing too much, we're just going to spill out the water there. And then we'll probably want to start space scanning at some point. Oh, I'm just realizing there's space vacuum right here. So my oxygen is just floating out to get deleted. That's not cool. All right, so let's go up here. We're just going to build 2 tiles. Minor spillage. We're going to readjust the ladder. Mainly because I don't want the items coming up and then falling straight down. One of the things I always like to do. Readjust slightly on that. Okay, there is a sea queen here. So we do want to do the pod objectives, but the big thing that we're going to probably want to set up is going to be making sure we could do what's that called? Mine the gap. The sooner we get started with that, the better, because that's going to be the most time consuming in every case. So we were going to want to get started with space, which means we're going to need a little bit of oxygen, which means I should make that O2 box I was just talking about. And I think that's going to be here. So this is 8 wide. Let's give ourselves this to be the ladder. No, let's move that over a little bit. So if we do the same thing here, 1, 2, 3, 4 ladder. And then we have 4 tiles here, ladder. 4 tiles here. And then 4 tiles here. And then this becomes a 21. That's a lot of space. More than enough. It's pretty good. We could take that. So we'll have a little bit of a stopover gap. We know that the airflow is going to be here. This is going to be way too short, so we'll have to take the top one. Airflow, lip, 3 space, this tile. Yeah, so then we get this. And then we'll want to go up this way. Little bit of salt water we could spill out, I guess. I would kind of want to do this, though. We're going to remove our placeholders for knowing where we're going to go. So we're basically going to get started with space scanning. Space scanning is not something that requires too much. If we hit Z on the star map, you click on the planet, there's not that much radiation. The lux value is kind of average. So, I mean, you'll get sunburn, but it's not really a big thing. All we're going to really want to do is run an enclosed up top. And they're not going to need suits because we're going to be running the enclosed. That does mean, though, we're going to want oxygen somewhere nearby. So we're going to get some of our ladders out for spacing. I think we might make the oxygen boxer right here and then pull it up. We could also put it up here a little bit closer to the top. I don't think it really matters because we're going to need some suits going down to the bottom anyways. And then we can just put a ladder here with the reservoir and it's not too bad. So there is nothing in the way here. And then we're trying to push out the water right now. Right? That way we don't have to deal with the water here falling down. Because it's salt water and this is clean water. I don't want to mix that. And if you are wondering, there's a slight problem with that. If you get a little bit of another water, it pushes up and down the layer depending on where it's going to be. And the major downside is going to be you're going to get a layer of water that doesn't have enough mass. And the fish is going to keep falling. It's not going to be able to swim in it. It's going to flop in the water. It's going to seem kind of weird too. So if it's a heavy liquid, I believe if it reaches the bottom, the fish can't get above the bottom. And I think it's considered confined. Not actually sure about that part. But it's not a good thing. Alright, so we're going to be getting ready to go to space. We will also want to get some radiation sources to get started. Since we do have the option to go to the second planet, I will argue that if you guys want an easier time doing this, and you guys are watching along, going to the second planet via the teleporter is probably optimal, as this second planet has something called a tundra biome. This has something called a wheezewort plant. And the thing with this is that this emits about 450, somewhere between 400 and 500 radiation, right around it. And it's a great starter source of getting radiation. Right? Now, I'm going to try to stay on the first planet. Mainly because I want to just try to keep it so that we could sustain on just the first. So what we're going to do instead is do what they intended you to do. Do the uranium. Now, of course, the downside. Yeah, I did do that. I did do that. The downside is that using uranium straight up is kind of wasteful. But, you know, it's what we could do right now. It feels bad. So we're going to have to sacrifice this biome. Alright, so we will want to dig out the uranium ore here. How much is this? So it's 300. We're going to get 150. And then the big thing is going to be power source. That's going to be the next thing we want to think about. What kind of power source do we want to get? I kind of want to get suits first before we actually do a lot of that stuff. And another thing I'm thinking about doing is bopping the Paku. All they're going to do is eat the seeds. Not really a good thing. But I guess it's fine. So we're going to allow these bees to refine the uranium ore into enriched. The longer we let them do it, the better. Eventually, we're going to try to do a liquid log entrance and then scoop up some honey. That way we get the achievement done, hopefully. And then at the same time, have a stable source of uranium. That's going to be the goal, man. If we get the uranium, it's going to be good times. So we want to get the uranium. We want to get suits so that we could make plastic with the tubulias. Tubulias require one thing. Oh, they require sulfur, which means we got to do the thermal blocks right here. And then that requires the marine drill. The marine drill is tech we don't have, but I need a tech up then. All right, we'll grab that. All right, cool. And then I think that means we're going to need suits to do most of this. We're going to want to get started with Rabble research. We're going to get started with space scanning. I think the techs we're going to want to try to get right now are going to be steam turbine. I feel like it's necessary. We're going to need that. We're going to have 150 kilograms. I don't know if that's going to be enough for this. We're going to get this. Getting glass would be kind of nice. And then we don't have any good liquids for processing, huh? What is squid ink's temperature? 80 degrees. Okay, not that good. So it looks like we don't have really good metal refinery medium here. We have droplets of oil. Okay, so it feels like our main power source will eventually be the research reactor. But the problem is that that's going to take a while to set up. We will realistically not be able to have that done today because we're going to need both steel and plastic to really be able to do that well. So because of the lack of steel and plastic, it's going to be a bad time. So we can't do that today. We're going to try to research it though. And I think that means we're just going to have to kind of bum it a little bit with the tidal springs. Which is not bad. We could use that, try to get super sustainable by the end of today's stream, which is very possible. So let's recap what we're going to be planning on doing today. We're going to be making a dedicated oxygen area to pump. We're going to want to start space scanning. We're going to try to do a little bit of rad research and get a hand crank setup with the uranium ore. And then we are also going to want to try to get some suits up. Tie together a couple more of the tidal springs. Get a combination of power. These two, maybe this one as well. We need to tie 3 at a time. And then it's 1, 2, 3. These 3 will probably get tied together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So this one is by itself. It wouldn't be bad to try to just get that for free. So that means I need to get gaskets. Since we don't have plastic yet, I need to make the vulcanizer setup. I guess we'll just do that right here. Quick and easy setup. So first things first, we're going to do the gum palm into the latex. And that's going to be the plant pulverizer. Yeah, let's put it here by the power. It's going to be a temporary setup. This is going to go into the vulcanizer. And then we're going to get latex. All right, pipeline, straight up. The only thing that requires power is the vulcanizer. And then crafting station. We're going to need to make rubber. And that's basically what we're going to be doing there. So how to get the rubber for the gasket so that we can make tidal turbines? It's pretty simple. What you're going to want to do is get the gum tree palm. Do we have any of those? Yeah, right here. And what you're going to want to do is chop a little bit of wood. We were making it a point to chop this from the natural plant as much as we can, so that we get a little bit of gum wood, because you don't need that much. And I think if we look at this right now, we have 3,500 kilograms of gum wood. Hopefully we'll make a decent amount of latex. I think it turned out we'll get like a dozen gaskets this way. So 35... and you divide that by 2, so I get 1750. 17, this is grams, by the way. No, wait, no. So it's latex, 100 kgs to 100 kgs. So I'll get 1750 rubber. Gaskets are 50 kgs each. So we get 50 divided by 1750 divided by 50. That's 1 plus 34, 35. Not bad. 35 gaskets, which is going to be way more than enough. You could use that for turbines, the steam turbines, the tidal turbines. There's going to be some other minor things that may use that as well. So it's going to be kind of nice. Tidal turbines giving us free power. We might want to box up this side and clean it up as well. Start using this as a saltwater source. All right, so we're slowly filtering out the water from here. And let's get it done. So that's going to be the plan. What we're going to want to do. We're going to be on 2x speed. And let's get it done. So I do want to seal this off before it starts siphoning off more of my oxygen. It's not good, right? There's no meteor showers, so we could actually go into solar panels. Though I will say that it's never really worth it if your lux value is kind of low like that at 30,000. Basically, how it works is that the solar panel requires 35,000 lux per tile. And only at that point will you get maximum power from the potential on the solar panel. I don't know if it's going to tell me here. Yeah, it's not going to tell me. Solar panel. You get 380 watts at 35,000. The problem with that is sunlight is not consistently at the advertised rate. 30,000. So we're on the sunset time. It goes to 30 and then goes back down. Right? And then at night, it's at 0. So for rough estimation, this is going to be never hitting max power. And it's going to give us, on average, 15,000 lux. I mean, it's free power at the end of the day. Especially when you don't have to deal with meteors. You could look at it just, it's free. And that's totally fine, to be honest. But it's one of those things that if it's like, you care about the min-max a little bit, you're not going to be getting like a optimal setup with that. All right, yeah, we're going to bop that. Wait for that to get built, do the other stuff. Let's dig this part out. A little bit of sweeping if they're not doing anything. We may release some of this water out, to be honest. Looks like we might not do anything with the bloater fish. I wouldn't mind making them a separate little fish tank for them to hang out at, but not really like grow anything inside. I don't know if we'll want to do that actually, like grow stuff. I forgot to put a turbine on this. Feels bad. All right, so food is great. We're not really micromanaging it. We're just letting the dupes do what they do. If we do get a little bit of meat, it's back inside. We got to remember to do this again. We're going to let them go grab the meat to make BBQ. Slow goes living the good life. Grab the meat, boys. He's picking up all the meat. Let's go. 0k cows. All right, we're going to lock this. Put the eggs back. We're going to remember this time. All right, we can make some BBQ that way. Mop this up. We're going to get this set up. That side's going to be ready. And then we are going to want to empty out water here. We will want to pop the star nickel. Poke shell spot. Wow. Wrangle relocate. He's gonna hang out in the Mucin. Put him on an island slightly. Research is done. We got the rocket batteries. We're gonna try not to abuse those in this playthrough. A little bit of pre-teching. Gumwood to latex. So it's basically 1-to-1, right? This is a gasket. Let's get... Let's do 10. We're gonna need them. And then I may want to start growing a little bit of starnicles just to get a little bit of phosphorite steady for these guys and not worry about this as much. That will be a side thing. So maybe on this side makes a lot of sense. Start moving a little bit of salt water into it. Let's see. Redo the ladder slightly. Nothing here is actually in the way, so it's not that big of a deal. We could also put it right here. Funny enough. Make that a little bit closer. That is pretty good. I would want to get this fixed first, though, if I do that. What's going on, Ishvan? Welcome in. Yeah, we'll fix that real fast. Gotta put a turbine on this, man. Feels bad. We're gonna run this to the left and down. Let's move out the zinc. Let's bump these to a 9 because this is gonna be water level dependent. A little scary. Yep, easily have this be too low to do anything. Hopefully the dupe doesn't get stuck. It wouldn't be stuck for too long. Ooh, this is ready. So we're gonna do 5. There we go. Oh, is it downtime? It is. Using the toilets. We moved one of those, so it's pretty good. We still got 2 here. Just to process the pea dirt a little bit. 2,500. Ooh, we're processing the water pretty good. We still got this weird polluted oxygen that we're waiting to just off-gas out. Should be fine, should be fine. It's infinite air quotes, but yeah. Basically, if there's enough liquid and it's allowed for you to, you know, constantly increase, decrease the water, it's technically infinite, yeah. So how it works is basically it has to ingest liquid, right? It inhales and then it exhales. If it could do that, it's basically free power. Now, there's a downside to this. The downside is that... Did I use the wrong gasket? Wait, did I build this with the wrong gasket or something? How come it's not saying we have... I mean, it's unreachable now. The main thing is liquids. The liquid you allow inside kind of matters. There's something weird where if you use a bad liquid... I'm not really too familiar with this, to be honest. I haven't really played around with the tidal turbines enough. What happens is that it doesn't actually be active for as long. So it's inhaling. When it's inhaling, it's not generating power. When it's spitting out liquid, it's generating power. So the thing is that if you have a bad liquid inside, I think mucin is considered a bad liquid because maximum mass is only 100 kilograms. It ends up doing this thing where it doesn't spit out for that long. And as a result, doesn't give you as much power. But basically, if you just keep it clean with salt water, regular water, right? It's going to be fine. But yeah, nonetheless, free energy, that's also green energy. That's probably the big thing. Dude. There we go. Nice. All right, good stuff. Lock this up, boys. So this is actually how we're doing super sustainable, funny enough. Nothing inside? Come on, why didn't you build this? Feels bad. Alright, we made the rubber. Let's make some more gaskets. Alright, so now we have a little bit too much water inside. Which is fine, though. We could live with that. Let's do a little bit of digging here, lower the water level. Alright, good stuff. Let's mop this up. We are very likely going to want to dig at least this much down. We're going to try to use this space effectively. Alright, there's nothing bad about this area, so we should come in from the right side to dig this. I guess we should try to use the clean water. Though it's like not really a big deal. Bloaters. These are your... Oh, these are also 8 cells each. That's kind of impressive. I did not realize that. I'm considering whether or not I should use salt water for this tank. Because I'm thinking I want to keep the salt water to feed the corals. And we're going to get clean water from just cleaning the polluted water that we're going to have on the map. Not only that, there's decent amount of polluted brine as well. So I am thinking clean water makes the most sense. Alright, let's lower the water level by a little bit then. We're gonna dig this down. Actually, no. We'll want to clean up as much as we can from the area first. Alright, how is the side over here? Let's move this. Start getting some water inside. Auto bottle 7, copy paste. Top is fine. We're also going to want to dig all that out. This is finally getting built. We should probably bump this up to a 7. Alright, so we're sweeping out a lot of the goods here. Which means we're going to cancel sweeping that. We'll do that later. Kind of want to clean up this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a fish tank here. I should just go all the way out to the side right here. And then we're going to be growing a little bit, not that much actually, with the wall painters. Oh, this requires glass still? Ugh. Alright, we may not be able to do too much. That means we're going to be waiting on pearls. God damn it. 84. 32. 89. 81. I mean, I guess it's fine. We'll be getting some pearls, just naturally. Do salt water there, salt water here. Uncheck this. Alright, this is going to be dependent on the tidal spring, how much water we're going to have, huh? Alright. Dig these tiles down. I feel like it makes sense, given what we want to do this. And then we just got to lower the water level enough. Alright, this just needs to connect to something, and then it's going to be good. Which we'll get. Alright, so this is set. Let's seal that up. Pushing out the water still, so that we can connect the ladder here. Corallium is actually soft, but it's pretty sturdy at 112, so I think we could do this. We're going to connect this, right? And then we're going to want to get the space to start doing space scanning. Maybe even use a little bit of the CO2 for local space travel. Wouldn't be bad. At some point today, we'll also want to make a couple of suits. Especially if we're going to want to do the setup that we want to do. So I'm thinking to myself right now, do I want to do a metal refinery setup then? The problem is that we don't really have a good way of setting that up at the moment. Since we're not really going to be doing electrolyzers, which would be the easy way out, and we're using flue coral to generate a lot of oxygen already, I may want to run Aquatuner. That's so funny. All right, so all ends point to the same thing. We don't have metal. Okay. How do we not have metal? We only have 300. What did I spend my refined on? Oh, sweepers. Ha. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. All right, let's make a little bit more. Oh, we have a lot of zinc, so it's actually fine. We could just not build the meta refinery and just do a little bit more rock crushing that we would like. This might seem weird, but we have a lot of zinc. We're not actually going to ever use all of it. And it's zinc. It's not like it's iron. Iron's a lot more important because you're going to be using it to make steel. So because of that, I am pretty cool with rock crushing a little bit more so that we get some suits out. Exosuit forge. Of course, we can't do that because we're missing the refined metal. All right, so we're just going to be letting the dupes work right now. Everything is already set. We're going to be trying to do a little bit of space scanning, not for the databanks, but just for the exploration of space. And then potentially start setting a rocket with a cargo module to start picking up the loot. Which brings up the question, do we want to do mealwood now? We could. All right, we're going to stop growing these slow goats. Slow goes have been great lime meat mucin source, but we got to stop. We're going to start doing mealwood plus fish. And then we're going to make sushi. Mainly because we got to feed sushi to the new dupe, right? So since we're going to want to do that anyways, we're just going to start setting that up. All right, saltwater got pushed out. Let's go. We're going to want to mop this up. We don't want the water mixing in. We dug out the space. Didn't get stuck, though. And then we also sealed this from sucking out the oxygen. So pretty good. These are... Yeah, we don't have pea dirt, pea mud anymore. So these are not really doing too much. But we are getting a little bit more oxygen than we kind of bargained for. So one of the things we will consider is either digging out more space, which we will, or also getting a new dupe. Ranching. Don't I already have 2 ranchers? I do. And then a doctor supplying... Okay, we're going to grab the spicy tofu. You know what? Yeah, we'll grab the tofu. The overgrown node is nice. But there's a good chance that it's like... we never use it. Alright, so far so good. We're going to stop the slow goes, mainly because I kind of want to have a little bit of salt. It might sound weird, but we're consuming the salt directly to the flue coral, so we're not getting any actual salt for ourselves. And then we're going to use the spice grinder instead of building a proper food storage. But of course, that only works if we're growing mealwood. So we may want to get mealwood started, but the problem with the mealwood is the areas are all eventually going to warm up. So I may want to get a temperature controlled setup for that first. Be like that sometimes. Of course, that's going to mean that we're going to have to make a little bit of steel. And I want to find a nice, easy way to set that up. We might just want to do a weird strat here. Where we try to melt the ice by dumping the metal on top. The only problem is that we have to get into here. I guess we're trying. Doesn't really... Not really. Yeah, if we do want to get in here, we're going to have to go through this wall. So we will. And then we're going to want to build tiles here to prevent the sand from pushing down. Got some pokes. So bleach stone sedimentary, so it's gonna be these tiles. We'll probably want to do it like that. Of course, that's going to give us a contact tile, so it's not going to be ideal, but it should be fine. We do want to mop this up before it spills in somehow, some shape, some form. We're going to do a stagger ladder like this. Mop that up. Actually, we shouldn't be going... No, I actually do. We want to do this mainly because we want to spill out the water here into the bottom. Mop this up. Gotta have a clean base. Nice straightforward ladder. Nice spillage. Whoa, 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 whoa. Aw, Ocean Man, dude. He just did the mad illegal stuff. He swam down the water drip. Get out, get out. Oh, dude, what a stud. Did y'all see that? He swam up the Graham waterfall. Oh my god. That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool, man. I've got to be real. I'm not mad about that. Ocean Man, dude. He's one with the water. You know, if Aquaman had a superpower and that was what it was, I wouldn't be mad about that. It could be like a thin stream of water and he could swim. That means when it's raining, Aquaman could fly. That is hilarious, dude. Dupes being allowed to pull off even more dupe moves before they attempt to off themselves in an oil biome somehow from the start of the game. Dude, Dupes got the skill, man. They got the moves. You know when you have that, like, when you're little, and you have those moments where something really cool happens and you don't know how it happened, and then you just brush it off as, I'm just that good. That's one of those moments that just happened right now, man. Not gonna lie. I'm just that good, man. The dupes don't know how they do it, but they do it, man. Certified skill. I see you over there, the Stormorphous. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, we gotta build these tiles still, man. We do. So we will want to do that down this way. Alright, we got the salt water. Should be good. The sweeping here is done pretty well as well. Alright, we do want to lower this completely and use... Wait. Can I grow this in clean water? I can. Okay. I got baited before by that. I'm not even kidding. Oh, dude, that happened to us. In Southern California, we were like always actively having one or two minor fires. And we got a preemptive warning. This is a warning. You do not have to leave the house and move, but rather that might happen. Going on, Redneck? Welcome in. Shout out to you. Yo, man, Nightbot's lagging it, man. There we go, playing some Oni, nice. Don't mind us, just uploading the clown card to the stream. Keep on going. Appreciate the raid, Redneck. Welcome in, welcome in. Wow, Redneck, your name is auto-modded. Your username is auto-modded, man. I don't know if you know this. Nightbot's like, yeah, man, you can't say that. Life be hard sometimes. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. You had to make it a loud term on your stream. No. Wrangle him out of here. Goddamn Pokeshell fell into the tile and got built. This Pokeshell, dude. Alright, man. It is what it is. Okay, unfortunately, this clam is never gonna grow. Show nav. This does go out to the side. Okay. But yo, man, how was stream, dude? I see you over there. Hope stream went well. Appreciate for the raid. If you guys don't know me, my name is Too Legit. And we're doing some owning. We're doing a guided Aquatic Planet Pack playthrough, where we're going to be doing all achievements and guide you guys along the way. So if you guys are having problems with this, you can see what I'm doing to get all achievements with the Aquatic Planet Pack DLC. Of course, we are also going to be doing all DLCs enabled, but we're going to try to keep it so that, you know, only with this game. All right, he's just outside of that now, so that's good. We might want to utilize... Like, I don't want to dig this. Minnow's not going to have that bad of a time, is it? Maybe we do dig this. We rolled mixed boulders, medium boulders, metal pour, large glaciers. Pretty bad setup. Good news is that carnivore, locavore is already done. And that we're just working on super sustainable, which we're already at 180 out of 240. So these tidal turbines have carried us so far. These beacons carried our carnivore as well. Pretty nice. But yeah, right now we're going to be trying to get some steel. We're going to get some refined amount. I think we have enough now, right? Material study terminal. Let's go. Let's put it this way. And we're going to do a rad bolt loop. Maybe not. We're just gonna keep it simple. Diagonal straight in. Hopefully my dupes don't get shot. That is gonna be a good chance of your dupe getting shot, though. It's a bad design. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. Otherwise, guys, welcome in. All right, we're probably going to want to do this. Temporarily that. So let's get a turbine on that. Is there another temporary one? It would probably be this one. Though I do want to get rid of some of the pea water there. Let the oxygen breathe. Spill a little bit of salt water down this way. I appreciate, dude, you haven't even sealed the seal pup that hangs out in the bedrooms. You know what? We're gonna move the flocks to the other bedroom. When do you think you're gonna use the robots? Not until later. The robots have a implicit, if they touch water, they generate 60% stress. So we're going to want to try to make it so that we're going to make it, we don't have to swim as much, and remove as much of the water as we can first. If anything, they're going to be something we add near the end, because it's not going to really be worth managing them. Not only that, you're going to have a separate line of infrastructure that you're going to have to manage. They are pretty good though for early game, since you could do a lot of the module swapping, and there is some play around the early game too, where you give them something called the rubber boots. Do we have those still? I think someone's wearing the boots. But the rubber boots help them from getting bopped by walking on water, but they still get wrecked by swimming. And then the funny thing is, there is a swimming module. You could swim as a robot. It's weird. But for the most part, you could see that it's also flat stress per cycle using this. So yeah, the robots, while they're... you could play with them, it's kind of tough. So it's not going to be till later. I just feel like it's a lot better just to play with normal dupes in the beginning. You'll see my temporary design path for Robot Rocket was ladder dupes using it. Just had a few incidents. It happens, man. You know what they say, what doesn't kill you make you stronger. Right? What don't kill you make you stronger, man. They don't think be like it is, but it do. I may have to tap this one. It's one of these that I would want to tap. I guess we could start using the salt water from this side. Are we even harvesting that? No, we're not. We don't really need the water weed, but it does keep the bloaters happy. I just want to lower the water level a little bit over here. Use this for a little bit of salt water removal. I think it might be this one next that we might want to try to set up. The only problem is that means we're gonna have to drain the salt water from there, which is not bad. We just have to release a lot of sand and stuff from this side. All right, we do want to remove that. We want to try to clean up some of the pea water in this area. Daily smiles, can we get some happy faces in chat? Happy emotes, anything to see that smile. People of chat, man. You know what it is. Let's get some happy emotes out. You know, we could probably keep this here. This setup is not too bad. Yeah, we could make the jump and do this. Hey, let's go. I see you, Finks. Thank you, Batik. So coming in with a happy face. Redneck, Pog slides. Let's go. But of course, y'all know what it is. Is there a plant here? There is. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the happy emotes, y'all. Yeah, the liquid movement should be fine because of the inhales down here. So we should probably come down here and dig out a lot of the sands. Atmosphere is not too good for that. And then basically we're gonna want to like move up the pea water. Oh, this allows us to do this then, which is kind of nice. So that means it makes sense to ladder right there. Okay, cool. Speed this up. We're going to still add the water to that, get that set up. The water level moved down. Not bad. All right, we're going to remove that pitcher pump. And then we're going to move the pitcher pump to here. Probably right here. Since we opened this up, we're going to allow water to pour in, basically. And then we're going to be able to pitcher pump from here a little bit nearby. And then we're going to drain the rest down to the bottom. Okay. Let's try to get these built. There's going to be a strat here we're going to want to do. You guys want to see something cool? Pearls, baby. Let's go. Come on, man. You're supposed to deconstruct. I lied, boys. The dupes are on union mandated break. There we go. We're going to mop this. And that's going to mop the polluted water. Look at that. Only polluted water getting mopped. So basically how it works is that mopping is 3 tiles wide and you got to mop on a tile. So by putting a mesh tile there, you could mop on top of the mesh, even though it's in the water. So you could actually do this on floating water. That's basically down there. And it's pretty good stuff. Allows you to kind of clean it up. What's going on, Halil? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the prime. Using it on me. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 ad free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Hello, hello. How are you? We're going to be trying to mop up as much of this pea water as we can. And then we're going to build some tiles here. If it deletes the pea water, it is what it is. What we really want to do, though, is kind of just mop it up, move it out. I'm good, you. Dude, it's Friday. Can't be mad. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying, man? It is good times. We're doing all right, man. But because it's Friday, it feels awesome, man. Just doing some Oni right now. Trying to get the next step in our technological progress. Now that we're done with the big 2 carnivore locavore, the 3rd failable achievement that is super sustainable was on the list. We're going to finish that today because we already have the turbine set up to get it by the end of stream. So what we're going to be doing instead is trying to get the meta refinery set up and then try to get a little bit of radiation research as well. We're going to want to try to get steam turbines. It's actually going to be the goal. Oh, this uses grams. We're fine here then. Let's go with 20. We might lose 0.1. Bump this up to a 9. And then who's our researcher? Istvan. My man. All right. Bump this up to a 7. But yeah, man. All is good so far. In the world of the oxygen. Still adding some water here. We have a lot of water that we're filtering out from here. All right, water level a little bit low. Feels low, man. Did that delete the water? It might have. Yeah, it did. Okay, so that means we either have to fill it up or remove more water from this. It's starting to get to a scary level. Because we could jump in and maybe not be able to jump back out. Alright, so let's just build a tile in the P water. I'm with you on that. Now we're gonna weekend feel so much better. Also play Oni, Oxygen Included. That's great, man. Great content to watch. It's a good time, man. Oni's a good time. Okay, we want to do that, and then we're gonna want to build this. Get a little bit because we could climb down. More space here. This is soft. We might want to have a tile here, to be honest. Probably won't though. And then we are likely gonna want to try to add water this way. So I think it makes sense to just continue widening this. And then I want to drain some of the water down here. Yeah, if you build a tile on top of the water right now, it's going to effectively get deleted. That's a little unfortunate. All right, so we're going to release this water by just digging this out. There's a little bit of pea water here that we won't be able to remove. It's also super pressurized. Might be because of this, though. All right, a little bit of pea waters. Maybe a problem here. Oh, are you stuck? Wait, how are you? Oh, he's swimming. I was like, how are you standing, dude? Yeah, we're gonna have to bop the Starnacle. There's no Paku here, so it should be fine. Alright. Little bit too much pea water. I won't be able to mop this up. It's a little unfortunate. We do want to mop up or bop the sand here. Give the water a little bit more space to move. I guess that also means this abyssalite needs to go. Oh, we could mop up the salt water, which in turn allows us to mop some of the pea water. All right, so I want to open this, start filling this up. A little scared. Little scared. Opening water tanks are always bad times. It's gonna be late over here. Have a great time. Gotta go to sleep. It's been a tough week. Yo, man, get some rest, dude. Rest will rest easy. And you know what, man? Prepare for the weekend. One of the worst things that could happen is the weekend is here and you're too tired to really enjoy it. So have an awesome time, man. Get some rest, dude. And we'll see you next time. Appreciate the prime, dude. Thank you for popping in just for the primes. I see you over there. We gotta mop the pea water. There we go. We'll do another dig right there. The abyssalite is thick enough. We should not be penalized. Grams and kill. Okay, they're both low. I don't want to deconstruct any of the tiles here. All right, so we're still trying to add water. There's like 10 tons of water right there, so they should have enough. Saltwater source. We have made all the latex already. That opened up. We'll do it again. Free up the last amount of pea water. This probably requires us to dig that as well. Okay, so let's be brave. Release the waters. And then the second thing is down this way. We're going to release the remainder amount of water down here. We have to fill this up first, though. So it's like only the water up top is going to be able to fill in. But of course, I'm not trying to flood this. See, that choke point bottleneck allows this to be incrementally added. But it looks like it's going to be too much water already, man. So we need to dig this. I do want to allow this to get a little bit more filled up, though. All right, still filling up. Add the water. Get the ladder there. All of these are not supposed to be there. That's sealed. We're at 249 pearl. Let's go. The more pea water we're going to want to mop up at some point. I guess we could open this up as well. Free up that tile of pea water. All right, still adding. All right, we want to just clean this up, man. And it looks like I won't be able to do anything here because it's neutronium. So the only thing we could do is kind of just bop this. It's unfortunate. Okay, we're starting to get water up to the tile level, which is not bad. So 900, 1,000, and 110. So the thing is that this should not get deleted because there's a similar element next to it. So it should get pushed. And since that's going to fill a tile more than max, it should push to the left. This shouldn't be able to push to the right because it's salt water. So I kind of want to watch and see how it interacts. Then we also have to think about what to do with the polluted water that we have. We may just want to move that to here. It's just that we have the germy polluted water right there that I don't want to dump inside. All right, what happens here? Yeah, so we got the mass got split. That's not too bad. We'll do that again. Though this does look like it's gonna get deleted on that tile. All right, pretty good. Let's seal this up. Let's put a cork on it. Ahoy! What's going on, Mujin? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Fridays, y'all. All right, that's sealed. We could empty this way. Ooh, that pushed the water that way. That's kind of interesting. I want to see what happens here now. Shiver me timbers. Let there be salt water. Let's go. Oh, the clam's growing for a split second. We got the water elevator. We got the Tetris shape. This is illegal, dude. Let's push that there. Let's see what we do. I don't think we'll be able to save this, man. We're just gonna have to bop this, I think. All right, this is gonna empty out most of the water. Good stuff. This is a different animation, but it's fine. We're gonna have to delete this, man. It doesn't want to move. Oh, it moved out. Let's go. That last tile is not gonna get moved out, though, unfortunately. Eugene, sounds like you sailing the 7 seas right now. Sound like you sailing the 7 seas, dude. I see you over there. Dude, this pea water is weird concentration. I just want to get rid of this polluted water, man. Alright, it's pushing up here, which allows us to mop it once it gets up to here. This guy full LARPing right now. He got the full LARP mode. Doing the pirate stuff, huh? I see you over there. Alright, let's move the pea water to here. Salt water, cancel. Just the pea water. Alright, cool. We're still filling this up because we haven't built that yet. We're going to want to use these for power, though. I guess what we should also do, too, is start doing some digs right here. And just try to clean up this area slightly. Oh, the water's in. It's almost in. Starting to inhale, though. Okay, I think this is going to be good. It's going to be a little scary, but I think it's going to be fine. Nutrient bars, we'll take that. Ooh, cook supply. We have 2 cooks right now. We have Timo and Bonnie. Timo is at 9, Bonnie's at 9. They're not interested in cooking, but they've been doing it so well for so long that they've like leveled up. So maybe we don't need that. We'll take the nutrient bars. Don't need another rancher. I'm considering still adding 200 kgs to this. Just in case we get a weird spillage. Okay, get that out. I want to see how much this pushes out. Still building this out. Water is weird. It's not settling the way we need it to. Let's bop that tile. Alright, still slightly off. Still get a little bit more water there. We want to mop this pea water, man. But it's like not settling. There it is. We need all this pea water just float up. All right, so 2 tiles. Tile there. All right, once we dig that, it's gonna add a little bit more water to help us, hopefully. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's what I want to see. Nope, it's going back down. God damn it. $900,000 they could reach, but then it's inhaling. Dude, I wish this would like... I should have built the turbine before actually trying to fill it up with water, man. Goddamn, this is such a pain. We're gonna want that on that side as well. All right, got the drippage. Got the moppage, maybe. All right, see that layer, man? We could start mopping that, to be honest. We're just trying to mop some of the polluted waters. Trying to move it out. This is not enough to mop, though. Alright, we do want to priority 9 this so that once we get this, like, ready, it's gonna be fine. Have it a little bit pressurized, should be okay. And then this, for whatever reason, stack. There we go. Get the mop. Come on, y'all. And it's gone. God damn it. There we go. Get some more bubbles up. Mop up the polluted waters. Salt water empty. We want the polluted water to get pushed out, effectively. There we go. Weird wall. Where somehow this polluted water does not want to spill in. Alright, the top is increasing in polluted water, and this is decreasing. So it is floating up. Let's make it some progress. All right, let's continue trimming this. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we can, I guess we could mop that tile, but it's like not that big of a deal. Calories at 50,000. Are the fish starting to evolve naturally? Really do be like that sometimes. And crank. Let's go, nth carpet. Oh, dude, too much water. Oh, no, bro. I mean, the solution's easy. We just dig a couple tiles, right? So far, so good, though. So right now, y'all know what the goal is. We're trying to make some steel. So we're trying to clean up some of the pea water here. And then I'm waiting to fill up some of the turbines. This one, and then I kind of want to do this one as well. So let's start setting this one up. And before we mess up like the other one, let's put the turbine in first. I'm also going to want to dig out as much as I can of these items right there. And then we need a way to get inside. So we need to start trimming this area. This is short-lived. Okay, we removed a couple of tiles. 300. Still close. $150 on that side. That's great, actually. But it's, yep, it's going to be over. Okay. So let's remove these two tiles. Some of the water goes down. This is still a little bit too high, it looks like. We just need to be able to mop this. It's such a pain. I just wanted to clean up. I mean, we did clean up the bottom half, except for this tile. Which is not too bad. And then we just got to clean up everything on the surface. Alright, we're going to remove this. And we're going to have to just pump the water. It is what it is. Okay, we could do this now. Might want a ladder there to get down. Dig all this out. Oh, he's in. And he's stuck. He's good. Ocean man, he's in his environment. He's okay. He's just in his natural environment. He's gonna be good. He's just taking a breather. Ocean man's chilling, dude. There we go. Hey, look at, he's chilling. He's gonna go back in. What a stud. Oh, and he's stuck again. It's fine. He's building. He's supplying. He's doing his thing. Keeps dropping the zinc, though. Oh, he's got to pee. Oh, don't pee in the pool, dude. Don't pee in the pool. 99% bladder. Don't pee in the pool. You know what's one of the things I heard was one of the grossest things in the world? Open bar at the pool. I heard that is one of the grossest things in the world. Whoa, you're sleeping? You could sleep in the water? My man is Aquaman. There we go. Get out of there, man. I saw something the other day that I thought was actually really gross. Someone was talking about how they had a open bar that was poolside. So you could sit in the pool and get a drink and then just relax. And one of the things they were talking about was like, yeah, man, it was cool. And then I realized that everyone was drinking, everyone was having a good time. And then they were talking about how they realized that no one actually left the pool. Everyone was just there for hours, drinking all these alcoholic drinks and just chilling. And then they realized that everyone was just peeing in the pool because they're drunk. I was like, oh, that's nasty, man. Not the business. What's going on, Raindrop? I see you over there. Hello. Happy Friday. Hope you're having an awesome Fridays. And of course, appreciate you for tuning in. Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Temporary ladder before we fill it up. Soda cane. Oh, did I do it? Oh no, it was just harvesting. That's cool. Oh, the water level went down. Why? Oh, this guy. That works. Let us mop the sacred pea water. Let there be moppage. Oh. What was that? He drowned himself for a second? Picking up some rotten food, that's fair. Mop it up, boys. Mop it up. Damn, I really should have built that first. Alright, spill out the water this way. We'll probably want to dig out some sand here so that the water level goes down slightly. Waves. Mujinzo is doing some LARPing right now. He is real life pirate. Anything nautical, ocean related, booty related, Mujinzo's on that. If you guys don't know Mujinzo, he is a Yu-Gi-Oh card that basically was meta for like 10 years. No, Mujinzo, just Jinzo. Surprisingly, still meta on occasions. Eric knows about the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. That's impressive. Eric knows about the Yu-Gi-Oh metas, man. Let's go. Oh. This is high tide. I saw the Yu-Gi-Oh breakdown video that was talking about how some random dude made a random deck and entered the tournament and won. And it was like, yeah, man. It was my first major. And it was talking about how he just played a deck. Was it X Saber? I don't remember the deck he played. I just remember he was a kid that never really played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, like competitively. And he was too poor to afford the meta cards. Because a lot of the meta decks were like thousands of dollars. It's funny, man, how that works out. You play a game, and in this case is a card game that's, you know, lack of better words, meant for children. And somehow it becomes money gated by the expensive cards and capitalism and the adults that have jobs. It's fun how that works sometimes. And then some kid with just some meme deck comes in. Yu-Gi-Oh isn't money gated. It's not. The video I watched on YouTube said it was. They were talking about how some of the cards you need were like super rare and you needed 4 of those or something like that. And then it's like each card costs like $1,000. And it's like 90% of decks run this card type of thing. I'm not too familiar with Pokemon though. Pokemon could be just a lot worse. Oh, a Mammoth. You know what, man? Big fuzzy Mammoth. We're gonna resurrect the dinosaurs. Mopping up the pea water. Alright, we're gonna push the pea water up. Value drops quickly. Pokemon, the value stays or increases when someone wins a tournament. Oh, wow. Yu-Gi-Oh! Reprints their cards, especially expensive ones, so it's money gated for the first patch, basically. Oh, wow. So if they release a card that's really good, it becomes something that only happens in the beginning. I imagine there's a group of people that are like, yeah, we're just gonna wait. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is you know, we're just gonna wait. All right, Operation Do That. We're gonna push up the pea water up. Let's go. Continue pushing the pea water. Pushing pea. Sometimes you just gotta push out the pea water, boys. Okay. Please build the turbine. Thank you, Bert. You're gonna be stuck, but you know what? It's cool, right? You're just hanging out. Jinzo occasionally becomes strong because it's occasional trap deck becomes meta every so often. That's how you know it's a good card, though. It's meta defining. You build around Jinzo. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, we're doing some Oni. We're trying to take it easy. I mean, we're at the beach, right? We got the Ocean Cove, good times. A lot of the stressful achievements are already done. We're just going to be slowly progressing right now, tapping the turbines, controlling the waves, becoming the master of the sea. If you guys have questions, man, let me know. They have a lot of intricate balances. Like, one thing comes too strong, some irrelevant card becomes meta for no reason. Oh, dude. Has there ever been a meta that has been close to canon? Like the anime series? It's like everyone's just running Blue Eyes, and then some dude with a Karibo wins or something. Not really. I saw this thumbnail that was like, they broke every rule in the game on the TV show. I was like, is that real? They broke every rule. I thought that concept was funny. It's like plot armor in the TV show is like ultimate real. They're making lore videos of the card archetypes, so technically that's canon accurate. I guess. If you want accuracy with the games from 5DS and 4, the rules were aligned. 5DS? What's 5DS? So you do a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, man. You seem very knowledgeable about this. Yeah, you said from 5DS and forward. Is that like the DS, Nintendo DS? I don't know what that is. This is not common knowledge. Maybe TCG common knowledge. That's fair. Later D's nuts. Is that a D's nuts joke? Almost, boys. Almost got him. Alright, man. We just gotta push up this P water, but it's not giving it to us. So the only thing we could do is lower the level. We're gonna bop these. Maybe even push this down, push that back. Do a little bit of digging and try to mop up the rest. Oh, it's done! Finally! And there's nothing inside? Alright, let's box this up. We could move that airflow. And then now we could start tying this here. Actually, we won't do that yet. I think what makes sense first is to get that there, tie that down, like that. And then this becomes a 3x9. Then maybe going around from underneath is not a bad idea. And then we'll be able to start digging out this side. Then it looks like I'm gonna want to keep this. Yeah. Okay, we do want to remove these mesh tiles here to potentially mop a little bit. Little bit too much, but I think that's just the tidal spring at the bottom. You can still pop into my TAM, so you can literally stop my nephews. That's so funny, man. Sometimes you gotta keep them in check, man. You know what's always funny? When someone does a lot of research and they start playing a meta deck, not understanding that the meta deck is only meta because of the meta, and that meta is online and not actually in real life. And then they get stomped out by some random deck that doesn't really make sense, only to realize that there's such a thing called local meta. Ah, still... God damn it. Alright, man. We're just gonna keep this easy. We're just gonna pump this, boys. Oh yeah, my deck is immune to special summon negating. Very amusing when they try to banish your card, but it doesn't care. It's always one of the things, man. It's funny. It's like, that doesn't work. It's like, what? Yeah, man, I'm running this. This counters it, dude. It's casual deck. Yeah, man. Those are always fun. I love playing decks like that are effectively oh man, so it's like, I guess we'll do it like that. Hopefully we don't get stuck. I love playing decks that are like, how do I say this? Great decks, but because of the nature of how the meta works, you can't play it. I don't know if that makes sense. So as a result of not being able to play the meta deck, they kind of phase out of existence. But then it's like, if you ever play that deck locally, it's really strong. And it's because not everyone's playing like what's meta. I don't know if that makes sense, man. Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh! They're gatekeeping cards. Keep the old meta from reappearing as long as they're still played. That's another thing, man. I'm always sad to hear when someone's like, I can't play my favorite card because it's not meta. It's a sad feeling. All right, we're gonna get this turbine set up. We're gonna grab this power wire setup. Pull that down. Probably means pull this wire here. All right, so these three are going to be the core setup. And then maybe this one. And the bottom two as well. So let's just put a turbine on this. Free power. Okay, we're going to just start pumping up the P water. That's the fun part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Whenever the meta changes, you don't know what will resurface. Blue eyes are too strong at one point. I hated it. Really? Was that when the first starter decks, everyone was running blue eyes came out? Dude, it just has 3,000 attack, man. It was last year. What the hell? Is that where you special summon the ultimate blue eyes? And it's like, it's just such a big card, you can't deal with it. I think I've seen a deck like that. Somehow only getting P water, nice. 5 tons of P water. Their ultimate blue eyes right now negates 1 spell, 1 monster, 1 trap effect each turn, and they summon 2 of them. Wait, you get all 3 effects? What? Is it one of the 3 or all 3? You get 1 trap negate, 1 spell negate, and 1 monster negate. That's way too strong. Once it destroyed or resummons the materials. So it's like a Hydra. Dude, that's way too strong. I had a card like that in Magic the Gathering. But the funny thing is that it wasn't even as strong as that. It was, you choose one of the 3. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. That's super value, though. Super value in a sense that it's, 1 card bops 3 cards. But at the same time, I guess it takes pieces to make. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power Creep, case study, meta-analysis in other games. That's one thing I feel like I appreciate about Magic the Gathering. That doesn't happen too much. You don't get that type of like power creep that often. You're trying to do something similar with new ways to play. I feel like, do they have, do you know what Magic the Gathering Arena is, right? MTGA, you know about that. Do they have the equivalent of that for Yu-Gi-Oh? What's Master Duel? Basically, it's an online game where you don't own the cards, but you could virtually get the cards, build deck, play online with other people. But at the same time, you know, it's not like a story-driven game. It's more so like you go in, You could do draft, you could do normal, standard gameplay, stuff like that. Online version is just one meta behind. Oh, wow. Online meta different. Seem legit. Oh, we got pearls, baby. Nice. Most people who are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Online are probably playing Master Duel. Huh, okay. Alright, so a lot of this is getting done. Let's go. We still need to continue sweeping. We gotta start adding in the water here as well. We gotta also start moving out some of the items. Ladder in, ladder out. Waiting for this to be built. Once that's built, we're gonna pull up a water line. I'm gonna wait till we get rid of the P water before we open up this one and tap it. And then we're gonna use these 5 tidal turbines to power the meta refinery. That's why we're taking so long, man. I need power. And that's gonna be the way we're gonna want to do it. That meta refinery is a lot of power, dude. I want to make some steel. Polluted water 4 tons. Let's move it into here so we can add it here to get filtered, because this is clean polluted water with no germs. There we go. Get a little bit of the moppage. We're running 2 schedules. Yeah, we are. Yeah, it's not too bad. We're gonna want to connect this as well at some point. We are getting the power from this though for super sustainable, so it's not a big deal. You will want to start mopping this. Put the 2 airflows here and then go up this way. And then eventually, actually we could just seal this up now. And then we could start filling this up and start harvesting with the wall planters, so that we could start growing the starnicles and start getting some phosphorite. That way we'll be able to sustain the beacon food source indefinitely. And this will be all you need for food, if you are wondering. We stopped ranching the slugs. Whatever we have here is whatever we have. Yeah. Maybe not even moving the eggs anymore. We're just going to have this open so they could grab the meat at any time. The reason why we're moving off the slugs is because this is a lot of salt. 100 kgs per cycle. So a full ranch of 8, you're going through almost a ton a day. That's way too much salt. We're actually down to 2,700. Now, of course, upside, we have a lot of salt here in the background. We have a lot of salt still, technically. So it's not actually as bad as it seems, but I want to get ahead of it and stop feeding these guys. We have enough fish. And once we get the beacons fed with the starnicles, we will likely be able to just go to max beacon size. Another thing is, once we get the steel set up, I think that means we're going to be able to start doing, let's do another 20 rad bolts here. Start doing the steam turbine research. And once we get steam turbine and we get steel, oh, you know what that means too. We got to make a kiln. I forgot about this. Let's do it down here, actually. Yeah, we'll do it down here. The kiln is going to be because we got to make refined carbon for the steel, right? All right, mop these 2. We're just going to try to clean up some of the pea water that's floating. We are pumping this out. It's going to be pretty good. All right, guys, I got to use the restroom and get to refill my water real fast. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I have accidentally awakened the Mamba. The babies is wondering what's going on. Okay, so we're still sweeping out this area. Let's move out the salt water. Let's move out the siltstone there. Let's start getting some water added in. Auto bottle 7. This is gonna be good. This is built nice. This is gonna be swept out soon and built. There's gonna be some salt water there. It's gonna be a while before it lays an egg. We do have some random sulfur as well. Grow the gum palm. Don't really need that much latex. Did we make all the gaskets? We have 7 gaskets. And then once we get the tech for this, we'll be able to do the steam turbine. Yeah. So we're going to need a lot of steam turbines. Let's make a little bit more of the latex then. So this is 10 to 5. This means we'll make 5. All right. This is not bad. We're starting to get some water here. Let's prioritize the relocate. Adding the water. Sweeping out the stuff. We're going to prioritize this. That's basically, they're going to prioritize sweeping this. If you guys are not familiar with the sweeping setup, how this works is that when you sweep to a building, this determines if they want to sweep or not. But from the amount of items on the floor, there are a lot of different piles. Priority 9 on the item itself means that they will sweep these items before these items, because these are at 5. So that's going to be what that matters for. So if you do a 9 here, but this is like still at 5, it's not really going to be a big deal, because if they're not sweeping, that's never going to get swept. Even though it might seem like, oh, but it's priority 9, yo. It really do be like that sometimes. All right, the power is connected. We're going to full seals. Keep adding in the water. Full res, moving out the P water. All right, still doing a lot of this. It's pretty good. All right, so this is gonna fall down and eventually spill over, hopefully. It's going down, and then we just have this in the middle. Dude, it's been a long time, but it got cleaned. It got cleaned. All right, let's bop this. We'll likely 1, 2, 3 have that, and then we'll start setting up the little area that we want to have here. So this is something we'll just add in. We can go across the top, and then we're going to be building a small little area to do metal refinery and dump the water into here. Now, this is going to be a temporary setup. We're not going to use this tidal wave. Okay, so that's the lowest we could have it. Let's try to set this up with ladders like that. It is, man. What's going on, Charlie? Welcome in. This clampum is, you know, dried up, man. We should uproot it and replant it somewhere else. You know what, we will, because I need to actually do sea queens. Ooh, I did not realize this, but yeah, we don't have refined carbon source. Okay, so that means we have to break into the pip sooner than later. Let's go in. We got to get to the pip zone. All right, so there should be a lot of wood. 27,900. By the pips, hopefully. I did not realize it really do be like that sometimes. That might make a lot of sense then to run a hydroponic farm. Yeah, it does actually. It makes a lot of sense. We'll do one of these. We'll do a bottle drainer here. And then we're going to grow a tree so we could chop it from the arbor trees. And then we'll use wood for the refined carbon. Let's go with 50 here. We're trying to provide that. How you doing though, Charlie? Happy Friday, yo. Hope the Fridays are going well. The Fridays are going great. But of course, welcome in. Hello. Did we drop any bottles down? I don't think we did. There's a bottle here. 2,000 grams. Pea water. It's already being relocated. All right, let's relocate this. I guess these, not that big of a deal though. And then we do have to redo the reservoir right there. All right, we will want to try to dig this. These tiles of ice are pretty much full. I guess we do have these weird gaps there. We can go through, huh? All right, we're gonna be weird. We're gonna insulate this. Hopefully that's not a big deal. Oh, do I like this one or the prehistoric? They're both pretty good. I would give... man, it's tough. Do you want more things to do that feels like a real objective? Or do you want a game that's a little bit more aesthetically pleasing? Because that's basically the difference. The Prehistoric Planet Pack and Demolier, I feel like, adds an objective that actually matters. Like, what I mean when I say that is that, yeah, better together, we save Minnow, sure. You know, like, that's cool, but that's just George 2.0, man. And it's not really a big thing to do. Whereas the Demolier is an actual, like, you have to do something about this type of thing. So that's basically the difference. So if you do want a more beautiful game, back wall concept, swimming is really nice. A lot of the water plants and the ability to kind of embrace the water has been really good. I would say do the Aquatic Planet Pack, man. This is a pretty easy playthrough in a sense that it's not difficult at all. So I would recommend this, man. Yeah, that's the thing. If you actually want things to do objectively, this map does not have a lab map, which is, yeah, 100% I agree. Pretty sucks, man. That pretty much be due the suckage. The fact that this doesn't have lab map. Big suck. Welcome in, Unknown Lewis. I see you over there. Hope you've been well, dude. Happy Friday, yo. We should also prioritize doing this. Ooh, jawbones. Make rust. We do have a lot of fish. Nah, we probably don't need this. All right, we're at a point where we have a lot of pea water that we just mop up. We're just gonna bop the pump. Don't need to use that. The other wire up top, we're filling this with water, but it's gonna take some time. We are gonna want to run this through this way. And then the bottom one, same thing. Okay, so we're gonna run 2 transformers here into a couple of jumbos. We're gonna run down, up. No. There we go. And this feeds out to a heavy one. Basically, these 1,000 lines, 1, 2, 3. Does the introduction to swimming lead to dupes trying to bop themselves in more spectacular manners? Honestly, no, it's quite the opposite. One of the amazing upsides of swimming is, if you look at the swimming skill, maximum breath capacity. It makes it so that they could hold their breath longer. So it actually makes it better. I've had so many less suffocation notifications because of that. Because it's like, it's a couple things. If you're in an area with mixed gas, if you get the gas bubble that you could breathe for a split second and your dupe does the animation, they're going to regen fully. And then the second thing is they could go further. So it's like really nice in a sense of progress. That being said, I haven't had too many issues with water unless you're dealing with the tidal turbines. Like the water level goes down, he's trapped in for like, you know, a couple hours, but he's just chilling by the pool. You got to give him some pool time. So to me, it's like not that bad. All right, we're gonna want to insulate this so that we could boil minnow, I guess. That's such a weird thing to do. We're gonna want to do this before we get inside with a weird setup. All right, we did this. Let's go. Once we get inside, we're going to want to ladder up. We're going to stagger the ladder. Get all the mealwood in. But we want to get this prepped up first. Food is good. Beacon is good. All the salt water is pretty much tapped. Pea dirt is non-existent. We are utilizing it pretty well. 2,900. Very breathable, man. This is very breathable. That's actually kind of impressive. All right, we are going to do a weird setup. Classic hashtag weird setup. I guess we could do it right here. Let's do a little bit of trimming right here first, actually. Yeah, it should be fine. Dig that. We kind of want to go through what we can, right? So keep that, dig out the rest. Adding in the water, building this out. The oxygen's getting a little too high, which is kind of weird. This is going to mean we're going to get popped eardrums, not the business. So we may want to get dupe number 10 soon. Let's look at what we have. We have one builder. So ideally we get another builder. We're going to be looking for build skill in 2 cycles. All right. We could still mop this so it thins out a little bit. 5 kgs. And then I want to just continue moving out a lot of the polluted water that's here. Okay. Let's build out the res. 10 tons of water. We're just going to move that to here. A little bit too breathable, man. Don't you guys hate it when it's too breathable? You're wondering what you did to deserve all this oxygen? Let's go back up to 20. Need the rad bolt still. Still building out a lot of stuff. Yeah, we need to just move up the P water. They add the 5th tier above very breathable. Dude, man. Extremely breathable. Treated like radiation. Yo, man, this is extremely breathable, dude. Extreme. Alright, so we don't need this lip, technically. We could dig all this out. Okay, so we're gonna do pumpage. Vent line down here. Vent line down here. That's probably not gonna work, right? Now that I realize that, we're probably just going to do a canister filler. Okay. So I think this is going to mean ladder here, ladder here. We're not going to have this ladder there. We're going to want to do a bridge setup. We do that here, here, and then we do a gas valve. This looks like a travesty. It does. And then we want to run the overflow out. We'll dig this out. We'll get some tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna run a gas res. I think it's like that. Okay, close. Dig that out. All right, so what we just made is a mechanical filter. If you're not aware with that, this is a powerless filter that works 99% accuracy. Within some rules. The rules is actually you can't have the pipeline backup, which is actually kind of hard if you're not running infinite storage. So one of the things you're going to want to do is effectively run some sort of automation to stop the pump from running. But the logic is going to be simple. We're going to be running this design. You take 2 bridges. You loop one side like that with a U shape, so you could bridge onto it from your gas pump. The other ones go through a valve. Don't get confused with the shutoff. The valve is powerless. You go green to white, green to white. Now, I did mine a little bit different. I tucked in the valve in between the bridge area just to save a little space. But this is effectively the design if you want to see it a little bit more clear. Now, you can do a more simple design as well. I believe this works. But I'm not 100% sure. We're just going to run it like this to be a little bit better. So that's going to be what we build. Once we get that done, we're going to build a gas res right here. And then this is going to be the oxygen line for the telescope. So we're effectively going to be filtering out clean oxygen from all the polluted and CO2. And it's going to allow us to make it so that the telescope does not take wrong element damage. So it's pretty simple setup. Very straightforward. All it is going to be is trying to get some oxygen removed from the area. That way we don't hit popped eardrums. Store it, and then feed it to the telescope. Hey man, Oni is a game where you're always scared that the bug comes back. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna come back, yo. Alright, so right now we just gotta let the dupes work. They're not doing much. We're doing a little bit of research. We are trying to set up the power line and building out the stuff so that we could get the tidal turbines connected. And then we're also trying to do a oxygen filter. So all of those things right now, we're just waiting for the dupes to get done. Not much else we're going to do. One of the things you might understand from watching me play is I try not to overextend my dupes. I try to make it so that they're not working on too many different projects at once. So we're pretty much just going to wait for them to finish what they have, so that you don't run into the situation where it feels like nothing's happening. Because this game, that happens a lot. You don't know what's going on and it feels like nothing's happening as a result. Right? One of the things that feels bad man moment. So we're gonna wait for this to be built, wait for this to be filled up, wait for this to be designed. We'll go through this as well once we're ready to set it up. No power yet. We'll get that ready, but we won't plug it in. And then we're also going to be wanting to get to the pips, but, you know, it's going to take some time as well. All right, polluted water, 7 tons. Is that all of it? We have another 3 tons here, huh? We're also moving the pea water that we mop up into this area so we could pump it out and clean it. And then this is going to be the meta refinery. So we're going to run that. And then we're going to do something weird. We're going to run this to drop off the hot water. Now, of course, one of the things that we will want to do is put some tiles here so that we could run this pipeline from underneath. In the beginning, though, I think we're just going to take a little bit of water and add it in ourselves. And then once this melts, we're going to cycle in this water. Only problem is it's going to be kind of tough. Arbor Acorn. No one here is a builder. I don't really want to grab this guy because he can't dig. I don't want to use salt water. It's either going to be clean water we add in to melt the ice or polluted water. Are we finished building this? Nice. I guess it wouldn't be bad to change this up slightly. Either way, we're gonna have to build this. The wire's gonna come down like so. We could reach that from the bottom. We jump across right here. And then we could either add polluted water. I think we could use the toilet water is the crazy thing. So we could stop this from off-gassing. And then we want to melt this glacier effectively. We're going to have to loop the water a couple times. I think I will go through here. So we dig that. Dig this, dig that, dig this, dig the sands. And try to get to this corner. Or maybe even down here. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Cleaning out the water still. Let's plant the arbor seed. Where's the arbor seed? There it is. This is gonna need pea water, so we might just pump that in from here. I was considering using some of the pea water, and I probably will, but I want to finish moving this first. All right, so we're gonna do that. Then when the ice melts, it's gonna float up. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay. Dig that. And then we do a drip. Just like that. So we're going to be looping the water. It's going to seem weird, but it should be fine. And then we're going to put an insulated door here after we're done building. We might need to add in some more pea water as well. 500 grams. Continue mopping this. This is deodorizing now. All right, I did say this earlier. We got to stop giving them jobs. They're working on so many different things. We will want to chill out on this. Let them work, let them work. Go back up to 20. Keep them working. They're working. No one's idle. I just want the jobs we want done to be done. This is going to be a sign of if we have this cleared, everything else should be done. But that's going to be one of the last things we do. All right, on the valve, go down to 1 gram, hit enter, and you're going to see a work errand here. If you don't do that, the build's compromised. Yeah, we do got them, man. They're hanging out. We need the wood to make steel because we don't have refined carbon otherwise. Be like that sometimes. Look at that. We charged the battery. Pretty good. All right. Construction here is going to be at 7. That's going to be more important. We randomly got an achievement. Super sustainable is done. We did it, boys. So the next thing we'll probably do is jump down to the thermal fissures down here and start getting some sulfur from this. The only thing is that's going to mean that we're going to have to do pin pockets as well. Was there not an abyss biome? We have it. We have it. I was here. I see Ishvan. Oh, we're gonna have to attach this as well. Maybe not that tower. This does suck. Yeah, no door then. Spare carbon. Oh, it's coal. Huh, I didn't realize there was coal here. I guess we could grab that, yeah. But yeah, I'm making the refined carbon off of wood. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Be like that sometimes. All right, we're gonna put the bottle empty. all these bottles of pea water should not be that bad anymore. So what we're gonna do with that is just feed this arbor tree the pea water from the toilets, right? That's gonna be feeding into the tree, and we're just gonna grow some wood that way, just a little bit. And any spare bottle of water is just gonna be dumped here, so it's gonna be kind of nice. We have coal. We have a little bit. We got that from the printing pod. All right, so we do want to build the rest of this. Steel. We have so much lime. Y'all see this? We got the lime, baby. 2 tons. Oh, we got no iron. Okay. We gotta mine the iron, boys. I didn't realize we were lacking in the iron by that much. We might have to oxidize rust. Oh, that's gross. Not like this. Alright, we have a starter node. We might have to oxidize the rust, dude. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dude, man, we gotta do it, man. We don't really have any options. Ranch the turtles is the other option. Did you just get stuck? You did get stuck. Can you dig this? Oh, you can. No, you're just working, dude. That's fine. He's chilling, dude. Look at that. He's not even leaving when he can. He's just working. Stay legit. Alright, so... dig all that. And then we could claim these. Dig all that. Trees are planting. Let's go. Okay. Pump up the ice cold pea water. Let's make some iron. Start melting the glaciers. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we have power here. It looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 1,500. And we have 1,440. No one here is a builder. Let's go to Alveo Vera. Beehives and glaciers? No. This is not the radioactive biome. There is no uranium here. Beehives in the glaciers. What if they find out that in Antarctica they have giant bees where each worker bee is the size of a small domesticated animal, otherwise huge? But then it's like everything about them is the same. They sting you once, they die. And then they make a lot of honey. And then we find out that as a result of their pollination, all of the botanical plants and stuff start becoming huge, gigantic things. And then it becomes so nutrient rich because of how the giant bees are pollinating. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? That'd be cool. Ants were small even during the high oxygen period in Earth. Or the bees, I mean. Ants and bees are the same. Wow, so they've never evolved. Is that a thing, man? You call that, is there a word for that? Where you don't evolve and you just kind of be what you be, man? Wait a second. Does that mean ants never evolved? Feels weird, man. All right. We're making the Iron Boys. Good stuff. Ants do, they just adapt, but the general strategy has become more or less the same. So basically, they started with a meta build. And it just stayed meta. They basically starter deck with Jinzo. That was them? Damn, that's kind of baller. They got the Jinzo starting deck and it never changed. We might actually drain this polluted water and use it later. I think it might be better to use the bottom stuff though. Ants are in their own meta. Yeah, they got their own local meta, dude. That makes sense. They got the local meta and the ants. Nothing wrong with a little bit of local meta. Alright, so y'all see what we're trying to do here, right? We're making the meta refinery. Have the water there that's cold. We dump the hot water back inside. So it re-chills and we're melting the biome. I know that I'm only able to do this because we're running large glaciers. But if you were to do this on your own and you wanted to try it out, you do have the rust biome here. That's also negative temperature. The only problem is there's no real water source. I would not recommend using ethanol to do this, as it has a lower SHC value for the liquid. So that means it's going to increase in temperature, and it has also a lower boiling point at 114. I mean, 78. So what that means is you could take some seawater, pump from here, dump into the rust, and then once you have like a pool of seawater inside, you can just loop that water for a little while. It seems like the ice biome right here chilled all of the ocean right here too. I don't think this is supposed to be cold. But if you wanted to try it, that would basically be the strategy. Open up the rust biome. Now, ideally, we're not going to actually run this forever because we can't sustain this, right? If you were to do it with a glacier or with the rust, you just can't really sustain this forever. One of the things we'll eventually do is get into a steam turbine aqua tuner setup. So what we're really trying to do here is make steel. That's really the end game for this setup right now. It's our starter steel setup. This is going to be what a lot of times everyone's going to need, right? You can't really avoid this. So, yeah, this is not going to fully melt. We're just going to melt it a little bit and then potentially get to minnow over there. Okay. All right, let's get back to here. So we set this to 1 gram, right? So if you click on it, it just shows 1 gram. And then what you're going to want to do is go gas overlay. All right. We want to make sure there's no other gas here. And then we're going to want to disconnect this output line. So the output line, I showed you guys earlier how it's connected, right? It's a direct line and then a direct line. So it's like that from the valve, right? It's like that. There's no connection there. You guys could run the disconnect tool here just to make sure it's not connected. And then that's set to 1 gram. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to run from the white intake a pipeline out. For now, though, we're going to disconnect that. And then the power is going to be ready. So we're going to be priming the mechanical filter. That's going to be what we're doing right now. So plug that in. It's going to pump a little bit of oxygen. And then we're going to disconnect it. We saw 1 bubble there. And then you could see that it's going to be going in. And what we're going to want to do is get a line right here of 1,000 milligrams. That is the setup. Once it loops like this, it should never break because of how the pipeline logistics works. And then you could connect the back line now, and you're filtering out oxygen. This bottom line right here, you need to kind of pay attention to this. This is going to be your non-oxygen gas. So if we ever pump out non-oxygen, it's going to get filtered out to the bottom. And then the top part is always going to be oxygen. All right, we're going to add a second automation to this. It's going to be from the storage. It's going to be kind of weird. So I'm just going to be pumping out a little bit of oxygen for now to depressurize a little bit. And then if you click on a gas reservoir, there is a high load threshold. This is a smart battery. Same thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this to 95 and we're going to set low to 75. What that means is once this fills up to 95 or 950 kilograms, it's going to stop the automation on the gas pump. And then once it goes below 750 kilograms, it's going to turn this on again. Afterwards, this is going to maintain so that we don't accidentally have canisters of oxygen. So if we actually pump 2 gases, it's going to pump twice, which is why we have a little bit of oxygen overflow. That's what I mean by 99%. We could only move out 999 grams out of the 1,000. Right? You see that? CO2 got filtered out. Let's go. What's going on, Sunak? What do you mean guided run? I am going to guide you guys to get all achievements. That's the guided run. Some people would like some help or advice or see how we do things. So that's going to be why we do it. Yeah, man, if you guys have questions, let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to talk through why we do what we do and how we do what we do. So you know what we do. You know how we do. This is how we do. This is how we do. We're growing the trees. We are. Key water's looking fine. Rebuild the reservoir. Looking good. All right, we're gonna want a deodorizer here because there's some polluted oxygen. I guess we don't need it. It's a minor thing, right? Break it out. We'll let the pips out. Who let the pips out? Ooh, boom, boom, boom. All right, this is gonna be going up. Sunak 3 streams 3. Shout out to you. Hope you have the data plan ready, man. It is Friday, dude. What you gonna be doing on the Friday, Sunak? Yes. All right, green signal. We're gonna attach that in. That way we could automate this somewhat. So this is only gonna pull oxygen as we need it, filter out the non-oxygen gas out. All right, this is at 3,000 grams. We are very included, boys. Very included. Okay, so this probably makes sense for us to start thinking about setting up a liquid lock. So let's put this here. And then let's do a small dig right there. Start getting some suits. I was thinking about making a isolated suit pump, but because of how much oxygen we have right now, we might just want to get the oxygen from the ambient temperature for now. Basically, 1 a.m. Saturday, just got home from work 20 minutes ago. Nice. You have work on the weekend, man? Or are you off? Hopefully it's you be off right now, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab 5 suits. We'll get a checkpoint and then we'll do the 2 space gap setup. I guess we could keep this and then just dig out the other ones. And then we'll very likely go down here. So the main reason is because we're eventually going to want to go down here to break into the bee biome, but initially we're going to try to get through this squid biome. There's a little bit of coal there, which we will want. It's going to be pretty nice. Working weekends, big days, Saturday, and I have off because of that. Okay. Got horrible work weekend coming up, but after I got a whole week off, both days. Just gonna be me on the tills alone, close until they question how customers complain. Oh man, might be like that sometimes, man. So are you opening and closing, or are you only doing one of those? What do be the setup for that, man? We probably want to go straight out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4. 12 to 8, then 10 to 5. So what time is open? Here, 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 I guess. Which means we could cancel these. And do this. Yeah. Where can I find the seats in this map? Ooh, I don't have it. I'll post it in chat right now. Closing, opening. Used to do it almost daily. Yeah, it sucks. If you have to open, it's usually not as bad as closing. Praise Mamba, Charlie Kelly. Praise Mamba. You know what it is. I remember when I had to open and close for some of the places I worked at as a teenager. Well, / young adult. One of the things I hated was closing. Because you have to set everything up clean and ready for the next morning. And then the next morning, the next day, opening day, it's usually not that bad. You're just making sure the people that closed did their job. And then you just kind of set up everything up. But it's, I would say closing is worse than opening. I remember I had to do something like that, man. I will say closing was a lot more fun. Because the bosses would leave midday, but the bosses would open every day. So if you open, you're opening with the boss, which it's never really like great times. It might be kind of awkward. Know what I'm saying, man? It's kind of like, yeah, you know, doing the thing. But then when you close, it's just you and the coworkers, and that's usually a great time. I might want to move it lower. And then we're just going to lower the water level by a little bit. What makes it awkward? when I was working at so this establishment that I'm talking about specifically was a boba shop. I was not of the same ethnicity as the owners, and they couldn't really run the shop because they don't speak English. So it's one of those things where it's like, there's a weird language barrier, and I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, you know, we try to get by, we're trying to understand each other the best we can, but it's like at the end of the day, man, they don't speak the English. So it's like, yeah, man, we're doing our best. They're doing their best too. But you know what, man? They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Saturday's usually 8 to 20. Sundays 10 to 16. So closing shifts on weekends, oh, that's tough. I miss having the super early morning shifts, getting the whole day to enjoy those. That is kind of like the upside of having like you know, morning job. Like part of me was like, I should become a mailman. And the logic, what what did I inhale? What was that? Holy shit. I need some water. Barney was like, I should become a mailman. Deliver mail at like 9 a.m. You get the sun in the morning. It's not too hot yet. Sun's still rising. Drive around the little golf cart. And then, you know, get off around noon. And then it's like, you know, you got your day, man. I thought that would be like a great idea. Way better morning shifts. Part of me wants to, like, as someone that stays indoors all the time, I feel like it's a good way to get sun, have a reasoning to walk up and down the neighborhood, but still not be around people. Because I'm a big introvert, man. Like, if I could go a day without interacting with people, success. Now, it's different when I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm talking about like in real life, man. Real life. The thing about walking the dog, someone's gonna be like, oh, dude, your dog's so cute. Can I touch your dog? Does he bite? And I'm just kind of like, no, bitch. I just want to get on my day. Let me leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to do me, man. Like, come on now. You guys gotta stop doing this. I'm just trying to walk my dog so we can go home and have a good, you know, good afternoon. It'd be like that sometimes. Like sometimes I get really awkward doing trips at 2 to 6 Saturday. I'm like, I might as well do nothing today. Just quit. Gotta quit a game before work rapidly approaches and then sleep when getting. Oh, I feel you with that. Yeah. Dude, when I used to work the corporate job, it was hell, dude. It's literally wake up, drive, get to work, and then drive home. On the way home, you buy something to eat. You eat. You get 1 to 2 hours max to do anything else that you need to do. Stretch. You want to watch some basketball highlights. You want to watch a podcast. You don't watch Game of Thrones, new seasons dropping, right? Maybe you have a significant other and you're like, hey man, how was your day? And you guys talk and hang out. Maybe you play a video game for 2 hours, whatever, right? And then you got to go to sleep for the next day. That was literally like life for like 5 years. And I was like, dude, this is not living, man. This is so... like, I can't even describe it. And it's one of those things. It's like what you're talking about, Stormorphous, but it's like... it's, I don't want to say it's worse, but it is, because you wake up early. Like, you have to get to work by 7:38, depending on your job. And then it's like you work your 8 hours, but you're there for 9. Because it's like... You got to get there early. You're going to stay a little bit later, but not too long. And then at the same time, you know, sometimes things comes up. And then you have traffic. It's probably the worst thing about living in LA. You have traffic, dude. That shit sucks. You always think to yourself, man... Yeah, 9 to 5 is actually 8 to 6. So you have your commute, and then if you have traffic, it's just so much worse. Get a shower for sure. No one approaches you when you have the dog. That after COVID. It messed up dogs too. Really? I didn't know that. I hate when people try to pet the dogs without asking if they can, or after they get told it's not friendly. It'd be like that, man. And then they gaslit you and they go, you told me it was cool. I never said that. Now you just making stuff up, man. It's like, what are we doing? They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, I guess we gotta do it like that. Get a liquid lock in. I guess I don't need a liquid lock for this. Commuting is the death of society. Commuting sucks, man. It pollutes the earth, and there's a lot of jobs that don't need to be at the office, but it's like, it's so stupid, man. Like, if you ever look at legal agreements for the lease, you're on contract for 5 to 10 years at a time, right? Because you get a better deal that way. The problem is that when COVID hit and people didn't have to drive to work anymore, they were effectively eating that loss, right? Instead of looking at it as, oh yeah, we could downsize and move to another area and have people come in at different times of the week so that it's like we could maintain a smaller, you know, footprint. And instead it's like, no, we're already paying for this, so it's like we're gonna make them come in. The logic is so weird. And it becomes this thing where it's like people who own property at the commercial space like that start losing money, and then they get mad. And it becomes this thing where it's just, instead of adapting, it's just, can we gaslight the people to make it so that we don't get shafted? They don't think be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes, man. You hate to see it. The commuting takes out a couple more hours if you're lucky. Dude, I knew someone that commuted 2 hours to and 2 hours from. And I was kind of like, I don't know how you do this, man. I commute not as far and I still think it sucks. And I see you over there commuting like 2 hours. I'm just like, I don't know how you live, man. You literally drive to work before the sun comes up, because you got to get there by 7:38, right? So you're leaving 5:36, and then you don't want to get shafted, so you leave a little bit earlier. And then after work, you got to take 2 hours to get home. And then it becomes this thing where it's like, once you get home, what are you doing? You're eating and then going to sleep? Because it's like, that in and of itself is what? 12 hours to 13 to 14 hours of your day. Work plus job. And then if you get 8 hours of sleep, that's literally your life. So it's like, hopefully you're getting paid, but then it's like, she was not getting paid that well, the lady I was talking to. What about people that let the dog? Dude, that happened to me. I was at one of those, it's not a bar, but like, you know, the fast food place, right? They have an establishment like this, and then the parking's in the back here, and then they have a drive-through in the back as well. So you could either drive in and go park and then go eat at the restaurant, or you go around and drive through, right? So you enter and you leave. This front side is like a bar It's basically a window you open, they give you the food, right? And you're waiting on the sidewalk if you don't want to go inside and sit down and get served, right? That's how their business is done. I was waiting one day. I was waiting for my burger and fries. Some dude with a dog. The dog jumped on me. I was like, damn. And for whatever reason, I didn't know anyone there. They just started laughing. The guy with the dog though goes, oh hey, my bad, you good? I'm good. But it was like, yeah man, sometimes the dogs are excited. I can't really blame them. Viper coming in, 45 stream streak. Shout out to Viper, man. I see you over there. What's going on, Sailor Bomb? Welcome in. Cross country for work, dude. It's crazy, man. Part of it is because LA traffic is just stupid. And then it's like, if you're not in LA, you work in LA still. That's the worst part, when you're out of town. But it's like, that's where the jobs are, you know? You gotta go to LA. It sucks, man. Used to be me a long time ago, then I got a car. Oh, how's the car, man? The car's good, Hunter. Also, you feeling better, man? I know you were feeling under the weather recently. Hopefully you've been better, man. Reminds me of the fact higher-ups recently said yes to letting dogs into the store. Training said don't let them near the food area. Meanwhile, to leave the shop purchase, they got to go through the food area, breaking the... I don't know, man. At some point, you gotta just be like, boss, this don't make sense. You can't go in the food area, but it's going through the food area. So you gotta change the rules. Like, no, man, you can't do it like this. I would go insane if I live in LA. I will say LA is one of those, like... I feel it's weird. Everything's here. So it's like there is some upside to it. I will say that you can't really fully live out the LA lifestyle unless you have money. And if you don't, you know, kind of sucks. But it's still, you're living in LA, man. I will say the one thing that's like just really bad about it is sometimes the air quality is just really bad because of the LA smog. So like that's why a lot of the times living by the beach is actually really nice. But yeah, like the weather's great, man. We have one season year round. It's summer. It's always summer. Like it's I don't know how to really describe that, man. It's like a weird upside. I'm okay with smog over pollen, dude. I still get hit by pollen sometimes because we have some big trees in the backyard. Ugh, that stuff bothers me sometimes. I might just have sinus issues. You're liable for stuff if someone gets allergy with dog. Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of people are allergic to pet dander. That's a real thing. It's always fun to see what they're trying to earn an extra penny. That's a thing, man. Too much of the chat GPT with the bad ideas. Now imagine your daily traffic, but add a snowstorm. See, the problem with that is we never get snow, man. I could imagine snow would be pretty bad. But like, I really can't imagine it because I've never had it. I have never seen snow fall from the sky, man. I've never seen snow fall from the sky. If I had to be honest, I'm okay with smog over pollen. Most cities only have traffic for 2-3 hours a day in some parts of LA. LA is traffic all day long. Dude, man. That's a, how do I say this? A combination of lack of public transit and the fact that the public transit sucks. It's like whatever we do have, it sucks, right? And then another thing is that everyone wants to be in LA. Everyone does. So it's like there's just, I hate to say this, too many people here. It's so bad sometimes. I remember one time I left my old office job. This is probably 10 years ago. Before COVID. I left 30 minutes late because I had to finish something up for the month-end closing. And what happened was that like a distance that would normally take me 5 minutes to drive took me 30 minutes because of the traffic. I was like, we're not moving. And then you know what's the funny thing, man? It's not funny, it's messed up. Y'all know intersections, right? Four-way intersection. Y'all know about this. Some people, because the cars aren't moving, will drive, but then the cars in front of them aren't moving, so they're just in the middle of the street. And then the next light comes, this lane doesn't get to move up and down because it's literally blocked. And that would happen so often, man. It was so bad. Dude, traffic in LA sucks, man. If you've never seen traffic, man, come to LA. We'll show you how the traffic works. That's true, Charlie Kelly. You ain't wrong with that. Pollen got hands, though. Dude, I sneeze already a lot. Just add one lane, bro. Fix traffic. Don't need to build transit or high-density housing. Dude, have you seen Texas? They did though, add the one lane strat. To the point where they have two freeways parallel with each other. And you know what's funny? All the lanes get filled with cars still. Have you seen the Texas double freeway, man? It's like, I think total 8 lanes, 2 separate freeways going the same direction, and then another 8 lanes going the other direction. It's 2 separate freeways though. It's insane. I see that, I'm like, that's a lot of cars, dude. Like, what's happening over here? Like, oh, we in traffic, man. Now the upside is that when it's not rush hour, it's like empty. Makes sense hearing what you need to do to be able to drive over there compared to UK, Germany, for example. Really? You know, it's one of the things where it's like you're living it, but you don't know how else it's done. So I never actually know how it's like over there in UK, Germany. You could never outbuild traffic. You can't, man. You gotta play some Skylines, baby. One of the reasons why people grow more sensitive to particulars like pollen is because cars and highways release so much particulates in the air. Tires, brake pads, fair. I was lurking, I was trying to fix my game. Looks like I fixed the issue, so I'm gonna leave you. Have a nice stream. Don't forget to update your drivers. Have a good one, Taylor Mall. Appreciate you popping in. We'll see you next time. Hope you have a nice weekend. Enjoy whatever game you were fixing. Now Rock, welcome in. I see you over there. Alright, oxygen is good. We're building a liquid lock here. We don't really need suits yet. So try to get this set up. Oh, you're playing Expedition 33? Oh man. The QTEs, you gotta get used to it, man. That game was fun, but at the same time tough, because some of the moves, it's like, how do I say this? You have to memorize the attack time / pattern sometimes. And it's hard because there's no, like, the first time playing it, it's gonna take you a while to find out what the visual cue is. It was so tough to like parry dodge. I have to go pick up drop-off vehicles 25 miles away from my job, so I try to do when traffic's low. Client's very flexible on pick-up drop-off time, so I'm really glad for that. Oh, I see you, Lewis. If I was you and I was in LA, I would do that stuff at night, man. There's not that many cars at night, but there's still cars at night. That's the thing. It's not as bad, but it's still there. It's still there. Driving during the day is bad times. I remember one time I started realizing that my left arm was getting more tan than my right arm because I was driving and my left arm is always by the window. I was like, oh shit, what's going on here? Just sit in traffic, man, with the light blasting on my left arm. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Of course, hope everyone's having an awesome Friday. Appreciate you tuning in. We have steel. We also have steam turbine tech. We're getting ready, boys, to transition a little bit with that. So we're going to be grabbing a little bit more tech right there, and we're going to be setting up to go to the top of the map to do a little bit of space scanning. That's going to be the play for now. We will want to run this out. Oh, we're also going to need a power line here. We're going to run this from the bottom in case we want to disconnect the pump. It's pretty good. Growing a little bit of trees for wood so that we make the refined carbon. We got to the pips. We will want to harvest everything here. And then excellent fruit is not discovered yet. We're going to want to forbid that. But yeah, we have super sustainable done. So we're going to be teching up, getting some steel. We have a little bit of suits. Oh yeah, I never made the exosuit forge. We're going to make that as well. Let's move that in. Gonna commit to some sleep, leaving a bit of alarm time to do some food considering I'm gonna work and sleep straight away. Oh man, food then sleep, dude. I can't do that. Low-key jealous. But have a good one, Stormorphous. Pretty sure for popping in. Hope you have an awesome weekend, man. Good luck on the shifts, yo. So of course, people in the chat, do you guys have any questions about this? Free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Filter has moved out 600 grams of CO2. We're just going to empty this. This is off for now because we have enough oxygen. And then we're going to be looking to do some space scanning soon. We're probably not going to carry too much. We're probably just going to want to run water here. Craving the time off already. It'd be like that, man. It's one of those things, man, that's like, I want to say makes everything kind of worse. When you're not working, it's awesome. But when you're working, you're always looking forward at when you're not working. And it feels like the time moves so much slower. Oh, you little bastard. Oh my god. He really gonna do that? He's gonna just shuffle through. Yep, he's creating jobs. Fake jobs. Where can we put him? Alright, Rango relocate to the teleporter room. Yeah. Dude, he just shuffling through my bins. What a guy. I'll be like that sometimes. This guy's cool. He's planning stuff. This other guy went the other way. That's not bad. Move on. He's just causing problems, man. Okay. So we are going to relocate all of these to here. This is ready. we're gonna start filling this up. This is gonna be our bin to move some of the bloaters, but we're really just gonna be farming some of the water plants there. Pips be pippin', they do, man. They do be pippin'. Making some steel. We're gonna make as much as we can. And then let's make some more refined iron. Okay, so one of the things we want is to make suits. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go down to the bottom at some point. I do need to get another dupe. We're at 3,000 grams still, so we do kind of want to take care of the oxygen problem. It's a little bit too oxygenated. Feels bad. And then another thing we're going to want to do is make a mealwood area. This area is going to be okay for now, and I guess the top is cold. It's just one of those things where it's like after like 50 cycles, it's going to warm up. Combination of warm dirt that we're going to be fertilizing. So we're probably going to want to do a controlled temperature area to grow mealwood. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm probably going to want to double that with some other stuff. Like, not only are we going to do that, we're probably going to want to do something else with the aqua tuner steam turbine. So I need to think about what I want to pair that with. So we're going to chill. Do we have the Draco? Dracos would be not bad, but I didn't get one, huh? Dracos would be the optimal setup. And then I could try to grow mealwood inside the Draco Ranch for the glossies, for plastic. But we haven't seen any of said Dracos yet. Maybe we'll get one up top. Let's also argue that maybe we don't do that for the sake of just utilizing the tublias instead. So what else would we want to try to have inside? That needs to be a little bit temperature controlled to below 30, but above 10. It's just mealwood. Don't really have much that kind of wants to be in that temperature. Reed fiber is a little bit more on the warm side. It really is just Dracos. They do naturally spawn in this biome. We might have one up top. Outside of that, I don't think there's anything else that's in that range. I wish there was a category on the database that you could show like a temperature range and see what you could do with it. Plant wise, not much. $10 to $30 range. 10 to 30. Yeah, I don't think we have anything like that. So making an aqua tuner just for that feels kind of wasteful. Though I do want to have something like that though. Let's see. We will grow nori, but the range is better. 2237. Starnicles, 2545. Nosh beans are 0 and minus 25. Tree's not that big of a deal. Try to get a little bit more visual range up top. Supply digging, undigging. What kind of setup is this? I'm curious to see if a Marinea start would be harder without forest biomes. The thing with that is in order to get sushi, right, which is part of the quest line, you need mealwood. So if they don't give you a forest biome, you would have to replace that with a sandstone biome. Hatch, coal, mealwood, muckroot, igneous, dirt, algae. I don't know if that would make it harder. I feel like the arbor biome does inherently have a little bit more difficulty than the arbor sandstone biome. Because there's no oxygen resource here. And then it's like you need to have some way to get mealwood seeds just kind of naturally. Or otherwise you just can't do the sushi quest, which is kind of weird. I feel like this is the harder given the two choices. But it's not that much worse. I like my shine bugs back up in case my uranium biome is melted. Yo, man. Uranium biome never melts. Heard it from here first. It does not. It does not. How much dirt do we have? 300 tons. Gum palm is 2454. Arbor tree is 1540. Pips are... Where my pips at? 10 to 40. Okay, so the arbor trees in the normal environment is fine. So I don't have to put that into the mealwood box. You know what this makes me think? This makes me think I'm okay with using a thermal regulator instead of an aqua tuner. And then we could run the aqua tuner to cool something else. Yeah, I think I see what we'll do. Now it's just where do I want to put it? So we'll grow mealwood, living space, bathroom, ranch, kitchen. I'm using this for salt water. I could replace this with a proper meal hall, which means I would have my steam turbine aqua tuner somewhere here. And then that means my aqua tuner, my mealwood would be somewhere nearby here. I just don't know where. And then we could run a separate setup for the saltwater. Yeah. It's kind of jank, but it works. Oh, you know what we could do actually, now that I think about it? We could use the mealwood. I mean, it's not going to be that much heat, right? We're going to need to make a proper battery bank that's not space batteries, and we're just going to spam jumbos so people don't say that I'm cheating. So we'll cool down the battery room with the aqua tuner. That's going to be the logic, boys. No cheating. No cheating. It was the best, man. It still is. It still is the best around. Never gonna let you down. Okay, so we're gonna do an aqua tuner to keep the food cold and another aqua tuner to... I need to actually track my steel. We don't have enough. We're making it. Aqua tuner for the food, aqua tuner for the meal wood. And that's gonna be our first turbine. Yes. Should be fine. And then the water level here is going to be fine. We already have a ladder. Let's do some digging. And then what we're going to want to do is start setting up a saltwater area. So we are utilizing a lot of the salt water. I guess we'll leave that as is. We could dump some of the salt water into here, which is not bad. Let's get this built. I basically now realize I need to get rid of this salt water somehow. And I think the solution is we drain, reverse drain. Drain that into here and it's going to be fine. And we just dig out a little bit of space on this side. That allows us to free out that drop of pea water. And then we could continue digging out some more space here if we really need to. So we drain this out, use the space. Get a proper meal hall kitchen set up in the area. This is 2545, so the kitchen getting hot's not really going to impact this. So we sleep here, poop, pee here, eat on the left side. So a lot of times, these three things you want to do because of how downtime works. Downtime, you're going to be using the bathroom, even if you're not full bladder. You're going to want to eat afterwards. And then because of how my schedule's set up, we sleep immediately after that. Even if you do a bedtime before downtime, you do want these three things together. If you also do bath time block, you're going to want the showers nearby as well. Imagine if only real life engineering could be solved. Dude, have you ever been stung by a jellyfish? Have you ever been stung by a jellyfish? Oh. He's breathing in the pea oxygen. Somehow popped his eardrums, but still breathing it in. Doing good, Frankie. Doing good. He coughed a little bit because that was kind of gross. Alright, we're going to be adding water. This is going to push up the water level here slightly. We're going to drain the water because we kind of need to. Surface breach. We're going to be working on the telescope soon. Let's bump this up so we get a liquid lock going down. The water got pushed over. That's actually great. So that means when the pea water gets pushed up because of the water mass, we'll be able to mop it. $100 kgs. And then that means we want to dig this, remove that. Which means we could grab pea water from here again. I mean, salt water. There we go. All right, so we want to P9 this. A lot of water is coming in. Please. All right, man, we're gonna yellow alert. We mopping? We mopping. Let's go. All right. Clean. Good stuff. The water is getting warm. Melting the ice. Making the steel. We have the carbon. 23. We went up again. Let's go up to 5. Iron is still pretty low, huh? All right, we might have to go into the rust biome just to grab the iron that's there. Do we have any use for chlorine? That's one thing that's kind of awkward, right? We don't really have use for that. $3,000 still. Oh man. Oxygen is included, man. Dude, this is at 2,000. We're pressurizing everything. We might actually do salt vines. Funny enough. Because I'm thinking about spicing the food. And then we kind of need salt to deoxidize the rust as well. Maybe we do a little bit of salt vinage. No meteor showers. Just bump up the science. We do have astronomy. Alright, this is going to be mopped up. We'll let that spill. Yeah, that's the only thing we could really do. So we're going to want to break into the rust biome. This huge one, I guess. And I guess we'll go through from this side. For the reasoning that is, I don't want to get the polluted oxygen broken out. Very little, right? And then we'll just have normal breathability stuff here. We just have a casual 5 kgs of oxygen here. 6 kgs of oxygen here. What the hell? Popped eardrums for you, for me, for everybody. It is what it is. There's no chlorine here. That's crazy. Alright, so we'll probably have to make a rusty oxidizer setup for that reasoning. And then it's like, we already have a lot of oxygen. What are we going to do with that? Feels weird, yo. Alright, suits. It's your time. We could use zinc. Oh, that's so nice. Let's make 8 suits. Let's make zinc 2 over here once we can. Let's go with, we have enough steel, technically. No, we need a little bit more, right? No, we don't. Yeah, we need zinc. Let's make 50. Long hair slicksters don't live here, dude. This is my house in the middle of the street. Not the place where the slicksters do be. My house in the middle of the street. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of digging right now. Speed this up. We don't have gold for oxalite. No, we do. We have to do Gilgos. The other thing we could do is just store more oxygen in the reservoir. That would be the other thing to do. Supply oxygen to the second planet. We could. I'm trying to avoid doing that though, funny enough. Vent it to space. That's so wasteful, dude. No infinite storage shenanigans. What a travesty. We're gonna build this out and just store a couple more tons of oxygen. Kind of on demand. Melt oxalite into magma to feed hatches. Friday, what's going on, D-Mayor? Dude, man, it was so sad. We went to the bee biome and there were no bees. Feels bad, D-Mayor. We cannot save the bees. None of them spawned. Nah, I lied. We got one beehive on the right side. But they chilling, man. They living good. How you doing, D-Mayor? Welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Miner's sweep job if the dupes aren't doing anything. Oh yeah, we gotta move stuff into here. Gotta use the fresh water for that. I had bad luck with the bees too. It's tough, man. It feels like they should give you guaranteed bees because of how little rads you get on the map. We can. It's scary times though, because the bees might die during transit. So if the bee goes through an area that's positive temp, I think they just die. Their HP is so low that one tick of outside of livable range damage kills them, I think. So it's kind of scary. All right, we're going to be storing some oxygen. This will eventually be used for, I guess, some of the suits out here. I guess we could also put suit docks here. D-Mayor joining the dupe colony. Who'd you like to claim, man? Bert and Down. Bonnie, Hassan, May. My bee almost died even in a vacuum with transit tubes. Oh, what? You got the warm hands, man. You know, they say that the human limbs is where most of the heat goes to. I'm going to be taking Bert. Welcome in. D-Mayor. Let's go. Bert, my man. What do we have for you, Bert? Bert, what do you do? What's your job? Oh, you the builder. Bert the builder. Alright, man. He's gonna have the building outfit. He's gonna get the construction contractor certified. Now, they're always wearing jeans. And then they're always wearing black shoes. We're going to give them the cool LEDs, though. Oh, dude, you got the engineer hat, dude. Where you're at? Look at them. Ooh. Certified engineer, dude. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. You got the sweet hat, dude. My brain has no heat, no signs of life. The heat in transit? That's the thing? Oh, your transit tube flew out of the vacuum. I see what you're saying. Certified engineer, 7 days a week. Certified by Mamba himself. He's Mamba approved. All right, we're scanning, boys. Hey, how come I'm not getting any data banks? Oh, it's there? I just don't see it. Wow. It's behind the telescope. Oh, that's jank. Alright, we're gonna move the data banks here. I didn't realize that. I was like, I don't see any data bank. Oh, it's right there. Yep. Full tip. Okay, so we're gonna want to do that. Do this. No meteors are on our playthrough though, which is why I was like, this should not have gotten displaced anyway, shape or form. Different playthrough, I see. Okay, so we are going to build 2 tiles here, and then we're gonna wall this out. Or actually, we'll probably just put a door here. That makes the most sense. And then we're just gonna dig this out. Go out this way. Dig out the space. A builder that is handy. Pure building. I actually will take bubbles. Build supply. Keep it easy. Very upsetting, confused for a good couple of cycles. Dude, that happens, man. That's one of the reasons why it's like, I don't know how big of a deal it would be to get logs. Like, you know, RimWorld, they have the logs. Why is this guy hurt? Oh, he got into a fight with so-and-so. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I have some actual, like, idea now of what went down. All right, so since this is built, this is at 800. This can start pumping at 750. We'll let him keep scanning for a while. Maybe we'll add some suit dogs early then. This is how many? We'll put 8 here. They're already plugged in, also on the gas line, so that's going to remove a lot of oxygen. We're also making the suits. This bump is up to a 9 with the forever repair. This is ready now. We'll add some water. Auto bottle enable. We are not moved a single drop of water here. What a travesty. New planetoid. Let's go. All right, 11 tons of water. We're just gonna mass relocate this. We're also gonna get some water from here. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's mop up the mucin. That's gonna be good for us later on. Okay, so I remember last time I realized that having the sea queens in the ranch with the pearls didn't make sense because the sea queens can't open the pearls by themselves. So we're gonna have to do it separately. We will get slime from this, which I guess feeds some mushrooms. So awkward. Clean slime. It's so weird. Alright, so we'll continue with this. We're pumping. Let's go. Now that we have oxygen, so we're gonna pump out most, if not all, of the gas in this area pretty fast. And depressurized area pretty good as well. Pokeshells could slap the clamplums. How does that interaction work? I have never actually paid attention to that. Like, do they actively do it? Or is it like egg dependent? Like, oh man, there's an egg here. Let's go beat up the clams. They just slap them. That's a little scary though. I'm afraid they're going to it's the one way to make pearls drop on their own. Normal wild plant. So there's no interaction with the egg there, huh? So it feels like we should take some of the Pokeshells we have that are alive and just put them in the pearl clam growing area. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just gonna grow some and keep the Pokeshell inside. That's what it seems like. Like, that wouldn't be too bad. And then all we would have to do is sweep out the eggs, sweep out the pearls. That kind of works out. You still have to harvest the pearls. It just reduces opening it. I feel like that's such a weird thing. Like, why make it like that? You have to slap them open, and then you have to harvest them. That's so weird. Why do we gotta do both? Oh, he's gonna run out of oxygen soon. The juicy fruit version of the clamplum. Opening the shells do take some time though. Pokeshell Bongo is funny. Okay. We do it for the sake of the animation. Power circuits. Did I get an overload somewhere? Oh, right here maybe. Yeah, we are using a lot of power, man. Real talk. Oh, it's making the suits, yeah. What else are we powering? The kitchen. Ooh, wire damage. And then the water pump right there. We could, I guess, tap this really fast. And then have that connected finally. Cockina is kind of soft though. There's a bug though. If a farmer's on its way to open a clam and a Pokeshell's doing it, they still do the animation to open the clamplum even when it's open. That do be kind of suck. Hey man, y'all build the wire. Let's just let them work. Probably doesn't help that this is also drawing power. We need to start getting some proper power, it looks like. I mean, we could. That's one of the reasons why we wanted the suits here. Set that up. Set that up. We're going to want to do that. 600. Couple of suits. We could run a couple things off of this line, I guess. Run these 3 off the bottom. Then there's another tidal turbine down here we could attach. Alright, let him work on that. Okay, we're making zinc. This is on a separate line, so it should be no problem. This is just clean water, so we could try to fill up this tank a little bit faster. So far, so good. No power on this. Try to build this setup. That's kind of crazy. I haven't manually coaled anything in a while. Yet, our calories are way too high. So weird, man. So from the unperishables, we have snack fruit, nutrient bars, excellent fruit. That's 16.6, 16.8. So we have about 40,000 in perishable food. Cooked seafood is the king. Oh, man. That's going to attach to the bottom line. Okay, we're going to cut this. Run that here. That's connected. We do these two. Cut that. Connect that to the bottom. This is not active, but we'll get the other ones on soon. Okay, we are going to do the same gas filter. Over here. And while we are going to run that filter out, we are going to run our setup like so. I will need a ladder for this, huh? Okay, we got another one. There should be enough water here. It's just really widespread. One gram. All right, a lot of mopping, a lot of cleaning up still. We could get that dug out though. We could mop this up, clean it up a little bit. All right, so we don't have that much ice debris anymore. Everything's melting pretty well. And then there's a lot of these gas pockets that once the area melts, it's going to be more space for the water to go into. Hopefully there's no flooding that occurs here. Then we'll eventually get to Minnow. We're going to be trying to get more oxygen into the suits. I think we will do one of these here. Normal setup. Power at the bottom, power down here. P7. Okay. Moving out the waters. This is active. We're out of polluted water. No, we still have it. It's just low priority. That is 7. It's fine. Okay. We got the Spacefarer upgrade. The next thing would either be conveyor shut off or probably glass. I mean, I don't really need that anymore. Let's grab battery then. Do another 20 here. Get it in the waters. All right, let's do a skill check. We got to make sure everyone's carrying capacity. That's just going to make a lot of the jobs a little bit better. Fewer trips, always good stuff. People of chat, have you ever heard of the ice cream bread? Have you guys ever heard of that? Ice cream bread. I'm not talking about ice cream sandwich. So I was watching it wasn't a cooking channel, but it was someone that's like really knowledgeable about food talking about the easiest way to make good bread. Because anyone could just mix flour and water and put it in the oven. You get flatbread. You add yeast, you get a little bit of, air into it. And they were talking about how to make good tasting bread. And one of the things they were talking about was, what's funny? And, I say that in that voice because it's like them talking. You know what's funny, man? If you actually look at ice cream, it has all the ingredients you need for bread. All you got to do is add flour. So they're like, you could literally take ice cream of whatever flavor you want, mix in flour. If you have like good quality, like really rich ice cream, there's already eggs inside. And they were saying that you could literally just mix that together, bake it, and you get like a really good brioche. So it's like, I was like, oh wow, this is like, yeah, ice cream is literally just milk, sugar, and eggs. You don't even need the eggs depending on the type of ice cream you're making. And then that's basically the ingredients you would want to make bread anyways. And they were like talking about, oh, that's interesting. So it's like you get the different flavor ice cream. You could make a cookies and cream bread. You know what I'm saying? That sounds insane. I want to try that, man. So I was just curious to hear if you guys have tried that before. Oh my god, this shine bug has got to go. He has a baby inside the room. He's got to go too. I just realized that the shine bugs could lay an egg into the beacon room and bop the beacons via cramping. Yo, these shine bugs gotta go. Where did these guys come from? Why are they everywhere? Was it all from this biome? Yeah, you see you right there. Dude, these shine bugs, man. God damn. Let me look at the eggs. Shine bug egg. Is it just this one? Let's put him in here with the pip. Yeah, man. Might be me. I just thought it was pretty cool. Ice cream bread. You use ice cream to make the bread, and then you use that to make ice cream sandwich. The double ice cream bread. Good times. Dude, you should take the Napoleon Neapolitan ice cream, the chocolate vanilla strawberry. You do one, you take out that ice cream, split it up, use the vanilla and chocolate to make two different breads, and then take the strawberry in the middle and make it into an ice cream sandwich. The ultimate combo. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of interesting ice cream flavors, and it's like an easy way to kind of get different tasting bread. I thought it'd be pretty cool. Somehow it's still above 2,000 grams per tile here. This is impressive. All right, all the CO2 moved out, should be good. Cut the line, looking good. Okay, let's go with a 95, 75. Pipeline's good. CO2's in the way. We need to wait for that to go. Okay. Oh, my dumbass. Never did this. And then there's oxygen there. Perfect. This is went down. Yep. No overflow yet. Yeah, that's fine. Construction 7. Pretty good. No one's sweeping right now. Depressurizing. A little bit of scanning. We need to continue laddering up. Keep going out this way, and then we're going to want to go down here, grab as much iron as we can. Don't want to break into the biome. We don't need the aluminum yet. People are sleeping. The shine bug, he's got to go. No liquid lock here yet. It feels bad. Oh, they're grabbing wood from down here. That's kind of funny. I didn't even realize that. We also probably want to make more suits. Let's do 10 here. Since we have our own separate line. The vulcanizer is not going to be running, so... minus 480. We're at 1200 with no chance of these all running at the same time. Okay, cool. There we go, we're in. Okay. Pump and dump. There's probably gonna be a lot of CO2 slipping down here, but it should be fine. Rand bolts 15. Awesome, awesome. So we are now scanning space. We might want to make a rocket to go pick up the resources there. Would not be a bad idea. So we'll get prepped for that. I'm probably going to build the first platform up top. We will want to get suits here, though. So priority 9, start delivering. We have suits made. We just got to make a checkpoint and have that filled up. Starting to pump here as well into the bottom. No suits for that yet. We don't even have a liquid lock. So far, so good. So right now, we're not really doing any of the achievements. We're doing some progression for the achievement that's taking us the longest amount of time. Mind the Gap, which is basically drilling resources. Upside is that we will naturally just have enough diamond on the map, so we're not really too worried. So we're literally just going to try to get that set up so we can make a couple of the first missions. The Mind the Gap is kind of weird because of how the POIs work. Basically, these POIs have a minimum and maximum amount of resources here. That's not the total 19 tons. Once you go below a certain amount, you're not going to be able to drill as much anymore, and your drill speed is going to slow down. That's because you could hit a floor. That floor is never going to go lower than that value, and I think it's determined randomly per POI. So it's not all going to be the same. Not only are the resources going to be different, but the amount of mass as well. Now, the good news is that these regenerate, meaning that if you leave it alone, you could go harvest again later, the same resources. So it's one of those things where the earlier you get it started, the more uses we get to the nearby POIs. That's going to be one of the things why we want to do that first, because then later on we're going to have to go further away to start mining. So we just want to try to get Mind the Gap. Mind the Gap easily is going to be the longest taking achievement. Easily, by and far. So that's going to be why we're doing all this right now. Gonna get the space. The steel stuff, I guess, wasn't that big of a deal. Oxygen is pretty good. Ice is getting melted. Helping out to some suits. Making some more suits. Yep, these are going to be charging soon. You sure? Yeah, they regenerate. It has that changed? Oh, you mean the longest taken achievement, GMO. That is... It depends. Everything is usually pretty not bad. I will say, though, GMO would be number 2. And then the thing is that the Aquatic Planet Pack doesn't have the Weeze warts next to a lot of the plants. So we're going to have to do some controlled boxes. But we will likely want to try to grow next to the reactor once we get it. Which means I'm probably going to have my reactor in space somewhere. Left side, right side. Hey, look, it's the toilet. We did not get a Draco here. Okay, it'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, but it's still 1,000 rocket trips. 1,000 or 100? It's 100 rocket launches. Right? That's the thing. After some point, you're going to have to just rely on the far ones. That's going to be at least 10 cycles. Kind of. Yeah. The thing that sucks with GMO AOK is how plants have an upper limit to radiation, where if it's too much radiation, they can't grow. If that wasn't the case, it'd be a lot faster. That's actually, I mean, we wanted to use Radbolt rockets because they're the fastest, but also because we need to do radiation achievements. That's the funny thing, man. That's the main reason why we want Rad Rocket. Achievements are tied to that. So Rad Rockets will be the goal. But yeah, I am considering now whether or not I should just grab a Weezewort and put that next to like mealwood, bristleberries, and like mushrooms just to get that started. Firing rad bolts. Oh man. Do they actually list the rads on this? Less than 46. We might actually build lead suits. Because we're gonna do the patented setup. Where we're gonna have the reactor in space so that we could like charge rockets. I'm thinking we're gonna want to build some of the planter boxes and the crop area above it. You did rad lamps. How much rads is this? Does this emit? You can't use enriched for this, huh? Falls off with distance. That's fine. Hold multiple on each side, I see. But yeah, I'm kind of putting that off for now. How much rads is in space? 125. We're gonna put some sunlight on the plants. Get some natural radiation. That would actually not be bad. GMO A-OK. Oh yeah, it's a big list of plants. This is gonna be fun. So because of this achievement that sucks, we're gonna have to do a lot of things. I remember the last one I got mutated was gas grass. That one was a pain. We could get started with mealwood and nothing else. Wait, are you serious? I guess nosh beans. Thimbleweed, mealwood, nosh sprout, and we have nothing else here that grows. Oh, waterweed. Wow. Okay, so I wanted to avoid going to the second planet, but we might have to go here just to get some seeds. Yeah. It's very unfortunate, boys, but it looks like we have to. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So we do have to go to the second planet, y'all, because we got to grab some seeds. They don't think it be like it is, man. It's either that or I use the Princeptor. I would rather not use the Princeptor. I will say this, the Princeptor is really good. And I would recommend learning how to use that if you guys don't know how. It's just that for the sake of the run, you guys might not get that spawning on the first planet. So it's like, since that's kind of RNG, I don't want to rely on that. Build operator. Oh, you're anemic though. I think we take Herald. Build supply, minor operating. So we have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we get up to 3 more. They're on separate shifts, so we're at 6, 5. I guess that's fine. All right, building out the ladders. Let's get the checkpoint. Let's not build this out of steel. What the hell? Water is... goddamn. CO2. Alright, so we gotta delete this. The gas is in the way. Fun times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get the priority up. Hunter, how was the Valheim, dude? I gotta ask. Would you put Valheim or Enshrouded? If you had to choose one. That was a bad way of saying. Would you put it? Which game would you say is better? There's a little bit of overlap on the genre, but they're technically two separate games, right? You both do base building. Food's important in both games. Enshrouded feels a lot more polished, though. In a sense that the graphics are better. There's an actual, like, skill tree. And it's not as grindy. Valheim feels a lot more like old school 2000s MMO. Where they made you use the skill in order to level it up. Like old school Warcraft. You gotta level up your one-hand mace skill in order to use this one-hand mace. Shrouded's very easy janky fighting, but has a lot more content. Valheim is simple, hard, and methodical. I feel like Valheim could have been a lot better, man. Feels bad, man. The poor dude parkouring across the whole map for a kilogram of uranium. Let's be real, man. That is good protocol. You don't want to be next to the uranium. That's just good protocol, man. Know what I'm saying? They just trying to stay safe. Gotta have the uranium far away so it's not in the wrong hands. Gotta make them go to the back rooms. By themselves. No one to hold your hand, dude. Like, yo, man. You go on and grab the uranium, good luck. Valheim's still popular with people that like that kind of games. To be honest, I'd rather play it than Enshrouded. Really? Huh. That's interesting. If it's not safe, why do they call it yellow cake? That's just... Have you ever seen... Isn't there something that involves the reactor? Like, there was nuclear waste that meltdowns, and then it looked like the facility kind of melted, right? And it looked like yellow cake. I remember reading something about that. It's such a delicious name. I'm gonna be real, man. I like pies more than cakes. It'd be like that sometimes. Don't call it a cake if you don't want me eating it. I mean, the cake's a lie, dude. Feels bad. You're talking about corium. I'm thinking of corium. Is that the Fallout material? Hey, man. Cake's a lie. That's what they were referring to in Portal, dude. Cake's not actually cake, man. All right, rocket ship's here. Let's see. We're gonna want a canister drainer. We have oxygen here, so it's gonna be fine. And then we're gonna want to build a... Let's do a separate rocket. So we're gonna do a CO2 cargo. Basic nose cone. How tall is this? 8. Trailblazer is 3. Oh, that's very unfortunate. We're barely out of range. Three, 6, 9. 3, 6, 2, 3. That's 5, 8. Yellow cake's chemical state of uranium during processing. I hate this world. Can't even eat cake safely. Cake's a lie, boys. All the pies are good. Corium is what nuclear core turns into when it melts. Yeah. You get data banks found in the path. I just want to trailblaze. That would be making this so much easier. Looks like we can't, though. Robopilot is 4, so that sucks. Do you need a spacefarer if you have a robopilot? I mean, you would still have to do 3 to 2. Okay, so it sucks either way, huh? So 4 to 6, 8, and then this is 3, so that doesn't work either. So I have to use solo spacefarer nosego. Damn, this sucks. Alright, man, it is what it is. Here. Here. And then we do this nose cone. And then we only have space for, I think it's 2? Which I guess we grab the artifact. Be like that sometimes. Grab the oxygen from there. Order cakes at the cake making place is not nuclear processing. You'll be fine. This is true, man. This is true. Let's move the CO2 here. Autobot 07. Okay, we're at grams still. Not even kilograms. This is at kilograms. A lot of CO2. Alright, we got some fuel right there. We might want to start pumping from here as well, but it's falling down. Alright, liquid log's looking good. Suit checkpoint. Even if it's yellow cake, it's gonna be edible. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. When I was young, I would love the yellow sponge cake. Like, there was nothing on it. It was just the yellow sponge cake. Vanilla flavored. That used to be the business, man. I outgrew it, though. At some point, I was kind of like, this is mid. There's better cake out there. But I'm not gonna lie, for the longest time, I was like, dude, this is the business. Alright, alright. Still not pumped up with oxygen yet. Still above 2,000 as well. It's helping us maintain the oxygen level, so I can't really be mad. Alright, gonna continue moving the stuff. There's gonna be a lot of sweeping at the bottom later. Ooh, done with the steel? We're gonna keep making more. Done with the zinc is probably the big thing. Let's do another 50 zinc, and then ooh, we could do 50 iron. Well, looks like digging this out was pretty profitable for us. Good stuff. Nice. Let's get the fuel in. Spacefarer. Okay, so how would I want to do this? I do have to remove this. We do the 2 setup. We do get the wall toilets because it's just gaskets. Ooh. We want to put the rocket here. We want to get a telescope here. Oh, we have no power. That's not going to matter. Yeah, it's not going to matter. We're not going to have power. We're going to run insulated... No. Corallium. No. We're going to run granite. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have ration box for food. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do anything here unless we want to make like data banks, which isn't a big deal. As a child, that's why I like the sponge cakes. It kind of just tasted like crispy sugar. Not like granulated sugar, but like it's caramelized and there's like a small crust. That was probably the main reason why I enjoyed it. Not gonna lie. So we're not gonna have power on here. Because I'm not gonna be running a wheel. There's no battery inside. We're also going to want to get some oxygen. And then let's get 1 suit inside. Wait, I can't put a suit inside. There's no power. So we're just going to be having food here then, huh? Yeah. We are going to be just picking up a couple of cargoes, artifacts, data banks. Go there, come back. We're going to build another setup here. This is going to be an actual, like, we're going to go scan some tile. So we don't have the drill cone to dig. But we're just going to grab the floating resource for now and come back. We'll still probably need to do at least steam if we do want to do some drilling. That also means I need to get a drill cone tech preemptively. Which is right here, huh? Okay. We won't want to grab that at some point. Do a little bit more. Dude, sponge cakes, man. I was a weird little kid. I didn't really ever like chocolate. The only chocolate I liked wasn't because of the chocolate, but because of the York peppermint patties. I was a fan of the mint more than the chocolate. So when people would be like, yo, we got chocolate, I'm like, I don't like chocolate. I'm good. But it's like, oh man, let me get that York peppermint patty. Because of that, I am a fan of like mint chocolate chip. I think it's pretty good. Mint chocolate chip, pretty delicious. Some people say it tastes like toothpaste. I don't know, man. I don't really get that. I don't want to get the plug slug eggs. Wait. No, we don't need to. It's on the second planet. And Shrouded felt like devs had way too many ideas and tried to put them all. Most of it kind of fit, but it only needed for one stab, then it sits in the base. Yeah. When I played in Shrouded, it kind of felt like that. a game that you could do anything, but at the same time, nothing. Which is kind of why I feel like I really enjoyed Pow World a lot more than Enshrouded. Because Pow World felt similar in how you had the options, but it really leaned into the POW aspect, and I thought that was pretty good. I really liked how you were able to just fight without fighting. I kind of like that. With food later, food's always better, but most all materials are still used late game. Oh, resource usage. That is a thing, yeah. A lot of games tend to be like, you can't make this until you get this resource. That is true. And then the old stuff isn't used anymore. Technically, we could start growing some of the stuff. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess this is fine. We'll do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will feed 12 beacons. And then we'll be able to just add up the phosphorite. Oh, we're digging up the back wall. Oh, that's fine. Power World, you've seen it too. All the ingots. You only make the latest stuff. Don't need them anymore. You do need the POW fragments all game. You do. And then they have a way of converting like stone to the fragments, allowing you to still use the stone, or is used basically the entire game, because you go from ingots to refined ingots, and then you combine that with the metal. So it's like technically the stone and ore is also fine in that regard. Wood does become useless, same with fiber. It's like once you have enough for the beginning, you don't need it anymore. Even hardwood, I feel like you didn't really need that much of just the entire lumbering type of aspect of the game. But they are only required for latest stack if you need it. I kind of like that though. It's like you would just keep refining the base resource with other ingredients to get more of the late game resource. That way it makes it feel like the early game base could just stay there and you don't have to kind of, you know, advance or move bases as much. Because like my mining base, surprisingly, I never had to move. Well, also because they allowed you to build the quarries of whatever resource you needed. Eventually, you need stuff like coal and stuff and sulfur. I didn't play anything with the world tree. Because it felt like... I think I over-prepared. Because what I wanted to do off stream was do hideout warrior, just stay in the base, not do anything. And all I would do was make spheres, breed, and that's all we did. And as a result, we got the 4-star, good IVs. Because I think I did that, it felt like a lot of the content was already like, oh yeah, we're strong enough to do this, so this is not a bad time. And then we even went into the world tree, and we kind of handled it. We did have to rotate some of the POWs and pick our fights, like, you know, we got to be smart about that. But it wasn't ever a thing where I felt like I was outclassed by the world tree mobs. Like, we even did the boss fights and it was not that bad. It was only when we did hard mode and I was like, oh man, this Grizzbolt, he has hands, dude. Like, goddamn. The worst part was that he had a gun. He was just unloading that minigun. I was like, my HP going down real fast, man. Like, what is going on? I feel like if I were to change Pal World, I need to look at what you could actually change in the settings, because I never actually looked at that. I would probably want to change crafting speed. Just flat up all around, all the jobs to be done faster. And then, actually, I would actually have to see what you could do. But crafting speed, I feel like is a little too slow, man. Yeah, I want to see the options before I, like, say anything about it. Alright, we're going to be able to bring a little bit of food. This is probably going to be the unperishables. So in our case, it's probably going to be the nutrient bars. Okay. They'll move it from here. Crafting latest workbench with enough upgrades and research are pretty fast. Also, last patch devs made what sounded like everything much more easier. Oh man, I was probably playing on that patch, so I don't know the hard would have felt like to be difficult. Thalric coming in with 27 months. Welcome back to the city. And happy Friday, dude. What's going on, Thalric? I see you over there. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you, Thalric? Happy Friday, dude. Hope you're having a good Fridays. Do we want to do a jank engine? I don't think we need to. Let's CO2. Wait, oops. Here. 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 And then we probably want a battery. Oh, I don't have battery tech. Oh, we're working on that right now. Happy Friday, yo. Hope the Fridays are going awesome, my man. And we'll put the battery up top. Oh, yeah, we will have to be able to build it, so we'll do that. And then we'll get our gas line out. Oops. Oh, it just came out Tuesday. Oh, that was very recent. I feel like the crafting speed is not bad once you get to the latest upgrade, but everything up until then feels needlessly slow. It feels a lot worse than it should be. IMO. And that would be the one thing I 100% would want to speed up. Of course, PAL limits in the base. And also the size of the base. Kind of restraining. Like, if you build the summoning platform thing, it just feels like that's your entire base. It's like you gotta sacrifice one of your base slots just for the summoning altar and have nothing there. Just gotta have your global storage. And then you just bring your battle pals out and you guys fight. Because that thing is huge, dude, for no reason. Alright, let's get rid of this. get the tiles here. 2, so it's 1. Airflow. Rocketry. I don't have plastic. So we're just gonna use igneous. Okay, so rocket outfitting setup. We know that we're gonna want telescope here. Oh, I'm missing my sockets. Wow. Okay, we just gotta have to wait for that. Oh yeah, reduced building costs for crude oil. Oh my god. Crude oil was so stupid, dude. I saw the cost for that and I was like, are we playing Satisfactory and we just got into phase 5 or something? Like, what's going on here? I saw that. Like, this is what? Like, I have to spend... Dude, I think that stream when we ended that we needed crude oil, I think I spent another 8 hours just to craft the POW metal that you needed to build the oil extractor. Like, just straight crafting type took so long because I didn't have any of the upgraded smelters at the time because that was the tech level we were at because we were stopped at crude oil. It just took so long because it was one guy smelting. Oh my god. That is 100% something that I would say was like they overshot that by way too much. Dude, cut that in half, dude. 75 POW metal. We were out of salt, boys. It'd be like that sometimes. Dude, it's crazy. I don't know how you got 2. I made 1 and I was happy with it. Like, 1 was good, man. I was good with that. Gonna need the meal hall. I guess we don't need this. Yeah, 2K oil. Not gonna lie, man. There was a time period where I just did not have enough POW fragments to make anything. Once I started making POW metal, I was like, dude, I have no fragments, man. This is a struggle. Now, the upside is that 1 oil extractor was good enough given the speed that I was going at. I don't think I've ever, like, didn't have enough oil for everything that we made or that you have to make. And then I eventually got the research stuff too. Dude, I would also make it so that the research be a lot faster. The POW research stuff. I would, like, cut the workload. Like, if I were the devs, I would remove that right side. Increase... Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you have to spend 100,000 to save 10. Right? And then you're thinking about it. This only makes sense if you're gonna plan on doing everything else. And then you would have to do the cut cost first for it to really pay off. Otherwise, it's break even. Or you're at a loss. It's one of those things I feel like they should just remove that, man. The only setting I had changed, I upped max POWs from base 20 from 15. So I could have more stuff in one base. Yeah, that's another thing. Balancing the POWs kind of sucked. When I did it on the default 15, I was like, man, I don't have enough POWs to expand this. I don't have enough POWs to expand that. This is slow. I don't have enough people to haul. And stuff like that, right? I remember one time I went to the base. I was like, why is nothing getting hauled? And then I realized they chopped down a couple trees and they're hauling the logs one at a time. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. This Mamog is trying really hard, but he could only carry so many trees. And he was just struggling, man. None of the milk, none of the eggs. It was a bad time for him. It's a Rex. Do we want this? I don't think this matters. Wait, it might. Critter Whisperer. That doesn't have that added in, right? No, okay. We could avoid that then. Supply cook. We have cooks already. We're just gonna reject all. I had to split them. I had to get a dedicated mining area. And then I had to do cooking and smelting at the same space because of the fire pals. Makes sense. And then that means if I'm cooking, I'm also gonna be doing the farming there. Dude, that guild box was clutch. The guild box for the storage was so good. That was so good, man. Food stopped rotting, and then I was able to actually come up ahead on food and not worry about it. So good. I feel like I don't know what it does by making the food rot, like what that adds to the game. So I'm very much like, hey man, if they just remove that mechanic, I'd be okay with it. We don't need food to deteriorate, man. It's cool. I feel the same way about item weight. Like we don't need the items to weigh, man. That's fine. Dude, I had my oil pumping base be my ranching area. And I had 2 ranches, 8 pals there. And then the rest were just electricity guys. So we had 2 haulers, 8 ranching pals, 3 electricity guys, and I had 2 miners there. 1 guy cooking, 1 guy mining. For the 15. But yeah, man. Ranching was surprisingly good, given how many items you could ranch. There was 1.2 that I realized that the glands were not even. It's so weird. It feels like you only need a handful of certain of the elemental organs, like flame organ, electric organ, water organ, ice organ. And then I realized that because later on you could just breed Walaska and then butcher them for the corium ore. Coral out of the coral ellum, the red ore that you can't really mine. I found out that you also get aquatic fluids and frozen organs from them, so I just stopped ranching those entirely. Breeded like 50 eggs, butchered them, got the ore we needed for like hexalite and all that. Well, it wasn't hexalite, I think. That was something else. And then I was like, oh yeah, we freed up 2 slots this way. Kind of nice. Oil base at 2 pals. Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes. That's why I actually made that a ranching area. I was like, I mean, ranching is very low maintenance. You just gotta haul the items, and the ranching pals take care of themselves. All right, getting that moved out. Meal haul area is almost ready. So we don't really need to do space scanning right now. It's one of those things that it's nice to do, but we don't need to. We also don't need to do the telescope here anymore. We're going to remove this because we don't need it. Dude, I ran the Dynamo Bird because it has the eggs hatch faster. That was so good. Oh, you run Puffle, the +1 electricity gen. I see you. Those were pretty good. Oxygen's now included. Nice. Get the bottle drainer. Oh, not steel though. Okay, we'll get the oxygen to the side. We still don't have the power outfit. Okay. Not bad. All right, so I don't think we're going to launch the rockets today. So we're instead going to think about the food storage. This is likely going to come out like this. And then we have a small gap here to go into here. That doesn't really make too much sense. If anything, I would do a small ladder setup like this. What do you do with the rocket? Haven't seen it in use. If you hit Z and you have spaced out DLC, this is a star map. If you have only base game, you don't have this. And you have a different star map that's only unlocked at the end game. But if you have spaced out, you have this star map. And then you basically travel to other planets. So this planet, we see the surface of. You can go there, get resources. If you hit Z, you can see the biome makeup. If they get meteor showers, what type of geysers are on there. So it's space travel. One of the things you will eventually want to do is the printing pod objective, Great Escape. You have to establish several colonies on different planets. So you have to fly to another planet, make something called a mini pod. Right here. And you got to do 5 of those. So they give you the first planet that you start off on as 1, and you got to do 4 more. After that, you got to look for the tear. The tear is usually on the edge of the map somewhere. And since you started in the center, you have to go kind of scan it. But these are black tiles. You have no information. You have to put a satellite. I mean, a telescope, I'm sorry. On the rocket ship, and then go out and start scanning. So it's basically space exploration. It's your vehicle to travel to a new planet, vehicle to fly out and scan. And you could also do a little bit of mining. We can't do that yet. We got to get something called the drill cone. But yeah, it's one of those space travel things that you're going to be able to do. You do have spaced out. So if you do, when you first start your game, you don't need to have anything. Hit Z, and that brings up the star map. That's how you know if you have it or not. You can do this at any point of the game. At the very beginning, cycle 1, didn't build a single thing. If you have no spaced out, you can't do that. Not until you tech up the bottom right tech for the telescope. Spaced out, though, gives it to you a lot faster. But yeah, we're not going to launch the rockets yet today, though. It's going to be a little bit of a journey, so we're not going to do that yet. Instead, I'm going to think about setting up some food storage. But yeah, if you have other questions, I got you. Cassie Bloke. It is space travel. It is space travel. How wide is this? 18. 2 doors. 2 lips. And then it's 18, 14. That is not bad. Only got 100 hours in the game, still learning. Yeah. There's a lot to learn. Don't feel like it's too much though. If you have anything that you don't understand, don't get, you want some help, I got you. But yeah, this is very much a lot of information in the game. So don't feel bad if you feel a little bit overwhelmed. That's kind of by design. I hate to say that, but it is pretty true. This game is like an onion. A lot of layers, man. Oh, this is perfect size for what we want to do. We just have to replace the floor. Okay, that's fine. Six, 1, 2. And then we got to replace the floor right here. Okay, cool. There will be some stuff we're going to want to build, and then we're going to get power wires. I'll probably want to put that on the left side, away from the center. Yo, Troy. Coming in with the raid. What's going on, Troy? What's up? Happy Friday, dude. How was the stream? How was the Onis? Welcome in. Did you get any speed runs happening yet, man? You do any good runs, good attempts? Rocket launch, speed run, 12 cycles. Maybe, did you do, there's a lot of weird speed runs you could do. Smelt steel, 8 cycles, 6 cycles. Rocket launch, that's another one. Great escape cutscene is another one. Mamba, I hear you. My kitty cat's yelling at me. Starting with 25 dupes, no pause, max speed. Oh, the no pause runs. Those are so mean. Hey, man, if you get those done, though, yo, man, hope you're having fun with that. I have never attempted the no pause runs. It's crazy. It is, but I feel like you get used to it. It's one of those things that if you just play it enough, you're just playing at that speed always at some point. It is impressive, though, to watch someone do it. Yeah, it's a different skill set, 100%. Different strategy, too. There's a lot of things you can't do. It's so stupid. Like, you can't do perfect swaps anymore. Like, one of the things that you could do in the game is, if you want to replace this tile with a different tile, like this, you can't do that unless you're on... No, actually, you can. Never mind. You can do perfect swaps, though. You just have to be on slowest speed. But not pausing means that, like, you just have to manage your time very naturally. Natural tile runs sounds punishing. Ooh, that sounds tough, man. Natural tile. Does that mean make a natural tile with glass? Or boiled dirt? Algae? What's the strat with that? What do you do with polluted water? Oh, no building tiles? That's horrible, dude. Can you build ladders? I am currently dumping my polluted water into this tree. My map doesn't have that much coal, so the only way for me to make refined carbon with to make steel, right? Because you need refined carbon to make steel. The only way I'm able to really do that is by growing trees and using the wood to make refined carbon. So that's what I'm doing with mine. I take my polluted water from here, feed it into this, and this has germs on it, right? So the trees, not really going to care about the germs. My clean polluted water, though, that I have on the map that has no germs on it, 0 surface germs. I am cleaning the water and I'm making a pool with it right here. For the most part, that's going to be what we're doing with the polluted water. Normally, you would sieve it, get regular water like this, and then feed it to an electrolyzer. A lot of times, that's the go-to strategy. But in most cases, I would say that's kind of like what you would want to do. we're not actually running any electrolyzers on the current run. We have 0. And instead we're running something called a flue coral. So we can't do that because this consumes salt water instead of regular or polluted. So yeah, we're just feeding it to arbitrary. A good setup would be, if you have it, this plant. Thimbleweed. This is great because it consumes 160 polluted water per cycle. So it consumes a lot. That means just feeding one of these plants on top of a hydroponic farm will easily take care of your polluted water situation. So how it works is every time you use a toilet, you generate 6.7 kilograms of polluted water. That's positive generation because you have to add 5 in order to get 11. So you generate an extra 6.7. You would have to have like 25 dupes or something in order to flood this plant. So at that case, you just make another plant, right? But yeah, this would be a great early game solution if you're not using the electrolyzer. The only problem is that you got to keep it in temperature range, man. Hope that helps. No building tiles. You could build ladders. Dude, that sounds insane. Who's coming up with these challenges, man? They sound so meme. Ultimate meme challenge. All of them. The viewers. I have never seen that, man. You got some, for lack of better words, masochistic viewers. Has someone recommended you do the 1 dupe challenge yet? That is the most boring challenge in all of Oni. It's so stupid. Yeah, you literally, first thing you do is get your dupe, mine 10 tiles to get copper, and then build research station, sit there for 30 minutes researching the things you need. And then build 3 farm tiles for the mealwood. You got the toilet built, and then you're researching for the next hour. Like, that's all you're doing. You just hang out with chat, man. It's the stupidest thing. Yes, that's not bad for YouTube. But yeah, that is not something you would want to stream, dude. I keep getting people that keep be like, you should do the 1 dupe challenge. I'm like, no, dude, it's boring. And it's like, at that point, I'm just realizing that they're just trying to troll. They're not really recommending it. You just want to see if you would do it, man. We'll go with that setup. Regular tile. Yeah. They don't understand production, maybe? No. It's likely because they've seen the YouTube video of the guy that did it. Maybe they don't understand how the game plays and they see the highlight video. It's like watching a basketball highlight and you're like, wow, this guy's doing all the dunks. And then you're like watching a basketball game, you're like, no one's dunking. What the hell's going on? And then you realize that it's only certain situations you get a dunk. I see you, Rogax. Starting dupes only, that seems more watchable. It's still a YouTube video. Yeah, it is. It would be a highlights only thing. It really do be like that sometimes. But yeah, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yes, that's the thing. A lot of people don't think about the process and just think about, I guess, the results, for lack of a better word. really do be like that sometimes. I guess we could just do a vacuum layer here, and it's not going to be a big deal. Alright, so this is fine now, and then we just got to do a weird vacuum lock set. Which we can't do yet anyways. And then we're going to want to build the AQ. Oh yeah, maybe we don't do those two yet. Other thing would be no geyser taming. I think I've done a run like that. I did a run where we had to tame every geyser and use every resource generated by said geysers. So it was like, if you had a volcano, you had to somehow consume the volcano resources, which is magma. So what I had to do was make a huge hatch ranch. There was other ones where we got like salt water. We just had to effectively consume that on a spawn. And then all the metal had to be fed to slugs from the metal volcanoes. I think we had chlorine and we fed that to the plants. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, the problem was that we had 6 full-size volcanoes. We had so many, and then we had like another 3 metal volcanoes. So it was like volcano taming and consuming. We had all the power in the world though. Just from chilling down the igneous. We had so much power. But yeah, I did a run like that. And it was not bad. It was probably my longest playing run. Like, if you watch my runs, I typically do the portal tear, do whatever objective that we're trying to do pretty fast. Like, usually within 500 cycles. It doesn't matter what we're doing, we'll usually finish by then. And we got to a point where that one was at like cycle 1200. Because it just took so long to build all the designs, cool everything down, make sure we're consuming enough. And then we did that for, yeah, the entire first planet. We did not do any other planet. And we were not allowed to launch rockets. That was another thing. No rocket launching. So it was this weird thing where we had to rush the data miner so that we would have data banks to buy everything we need from the Princeptor. It was such a weird run, but it was pretty fun. There was another one I did called the like revised classic run. I forget what that meant. I think that was basically no volcano, no geyser taming. And there was another run that we did too that was pretty interesting. Engineer Troy, you might like this idea. You had to make a fully automated base where you could allow the dupes to live for 100 cycles without you playing the game. So you have your hands off the mouse and keyboard and it just, you let it run. We called that the Auto 100 run. I have that on YouTube, I think. And the stipulation is that there's a time limit. You have to do all the automation by cycle 100, and then from cycle 101 to 200 they have to just be keeping themselves alive. Because it's like, if you give yourself enough time, it's easy. Right? Just get steel, get this turbine, get some refined metals, put everyone in suits. And in our case, we did that, and I think we made it so that they were doing the somnium as well. But yeah, we did so much weird setups for that. Because it ended up being is that, how do you make it so that the dupes, you know, do all the jobs, not worry about it, food rotting. And I think we made it so that none of them did any work. So we had them locked up in a room, sleeping for the somnium synthesizer, and then everything was automated. And we did the most jank setup. Did you know that plants will auto-harvest after 5 cycles? Meaning that if they were basically plump and ready to be harvested, they will just drop the items on the ground after 5 cycles. That's what we did. So you have to overgrow more plants to make up for that dead period of 5 cycles. And then the funny thing was that they recently patched that. And they made it easier. Because before, if you didn't harvest, it would still consume whatever resource that it was consuming. So in Mealwood's case, you would still consume 10 kgs of dirt per cycle. So you would have to have extra dirt to make up for it. Now the plants will stop consuming once it's fully grown. So it's a little bit easier now. But yeah, man, you can try that out. We did that on Terra Start. I imagine the different map starts would make that a little bit different. Because you would have to have enough dirt or whatever resource you have to have, generate the oxygen, right? Somewhat steady on some sort of water source. And then the thing is that we put a stipulation that the dupes couldn't work. So all they did was sleep, make dream journals. They couldn't even deliver the journals themselves. We had to put a sweeper for that. Or I think we just locked them out so the journals never got delivered or something. I forgot what we did for that. But yeah, man, that was pretty cool. But yo, man, appreciate the raid, Mr. Troy. Thank you, thank you. 300 instead of 100. So we did 100 cycles of prep to survive 100 cycles. Does that mean you do 300 cycles of prep for 300 cycles of automation? You got to work that out, man. I'm consumed with Stinger's competition, working on something insane, feeding 96 regular hatches, their own barbecue with very little supplementation. Oh, wow. I want to know if the game lags. Let me know if you start feeling the game chugging. I want to see whether or not what the limits are going to be for that. Nothing to do with competition. Just like, is the game going to lag? 100 of prep for 300. That's kind of tough. I wonder how long the run that we had would have survived. Math is so close. Hey, man. Perfect world doesn't always match the, you know, in-game and the theory. Just saying. They eat 700,000 cake out but produce 666. You know, technically, you don't have to fully feed them. Technically, you don't have to fully feed them. Rot is the enemy. Couldn't you just get sages? Couldn't you just get sages? I'm saying, man. Have a pressurized room, no off-gassing. The calories of the pea dirt would stay the same. Rock convert, you could use that to your advantage though. You could find a food that grows multiple types and then have that food convert on purpose. I mean, there's nothing that really fills that category though. That's the problem. Overgrow might take too long. But you know how overgrows are 325? So each fig is like 1 kg of dirt, right? And then this is per vine with a very little bit amount of water added. I mean, if that doesn't matter, I think the best thing might be domesticated sleet wheat. Because each grain becomes 1 kg of dirt, I believe. And then you harvest 16 each time. I might be wrong with some of the math. But I don't know if you actually look to go down that alley. Proper, like converting the food on purpose to get pea dirt. Supplementing with Stone Hatch Barbecue. Only takes 1 ranch to cook for 12. Trying to make a closed resource loop. I'm just saying, man, you could technically do a controlled starvation. I don't know how you'd be able to do that though, but that might be the best thing. Have you ever tried to do peace, like drip feeding shovels? It's kind of similar, but not really. In the coldness of an open space. What's going on, Board Easy? Welcome in. Open space is cold sometimes, man. But they also say open space is also hot. I was watching Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was like, if you're facing the sun, the side that's facing the sun is getting sunburned. But then the part of your body that's facing away from the sun is ice cold. Space is weird, man. It's both hot and cold at the same time, depending on where you're at. They don't think be like it is, but it do. I think we have to do it like that. We could also do it flipped. That might be the play, actually. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work because of how, yeah, that doesn't work. How would we want to do that then? I think it's, yeah, it's a little bit weird. You kind of want to do it like this, but then the pipeline comes in kind of weird. The other solution is like this then, which also doesn't make sense. We're just gonna need enough water in here that it doesn't matter. Yeah. Because then we're gonna need to have a vent on this corner. Oh, this one is steel. There we go. This is very much a tile to here. But yo, man, good luck on the setup, Mr. Troy. I believe, man. I believe. I wonder how many people have like how do I say this? I wonder how many people have like an idea of how everyone else is doing. Like, do you know if anyone is even close to the amount that you're getting to? Little mambas. Right, it's a competition to see who can get the most hatches. So it's like, do you know how much the other people are already getting? Or is that like lost information? Yeah, no idea, right? That's gonna be the interesting thing. I wonder what the disparity is gonna be. Oh yeah, I got like 1,000 hatches. Don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we have the Aqua Tuner here. We know that we're gonna run this inside. I did start almost a month late, so there's that. I see. What if someone finds an egg duping glitch? Oh yeah, I got game limit. How'd you do that? Oh, I found this glitch. Doubled the eggs every time I save loaded. So I just kind of save loaded the game like 20 times. And my 100 eggs became 999. 9,999. Just kept doubling. I would imagine that wouldn't be allowed. It would be kind of funny though. The real prize has been making new friends and content. The real prize, yo. I kind of need to dig all of this out, and I'm realizing that. We probably want to do all that. All right, we're going to be making a food storage real fast and try to do a kitchen design. I think that if we were to do a kitchen, it would be single tile flat, right? And then metal tile like so. We have natural ethanol here, so I'm not really too worried. Oh. This guy's just planting freaking mealwood. Gonna go here and grab some of the stuff because we can. And then we'll make our way towards the ethanol. Grab a little bit of the iron on the way. AFK for a bit, for sure. Winning would just be icing on the cake. That's awesome, man. That's a good mentality to have. Food storage via sweeping, and then we need food storage for them to pick up the food. How do we want to do the food storage to pick up? I would probably just want to put a wall here then. Is what makes the most sense. Right? And then we'll do a wall setup. Drop lock. Alright, so it would be 4 by 3. We would have it here probably. And we'd be able to leave from the top still. That's going to be kind of awkward, but it would work. It would work. And then we do the sweeping on the side. Yeah. Okay. Speed this up. We'll get the build in. Metal tile. What are the stats on refined zinc? $120. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, we're gonna put that there. We'll be able to build everything there. We could climb up from this side, so we're just gonna trim everything here. Everything's gonna fall down. Nah, it should be fine. Just gonna want to try to dig everything here. CO2 drop block. Makes sense for us to do that. Smooth out the item, replace the tile. And then we need a liquid that's the drop of oil from here. Yeah. That would be the play. This one wouldn't need the drop of oil. Okay, so we move that in. All right, let's do a food storage real fast. We're also going to understand that this is going to be our power source. We're also going to run the pipeline thermal sensor right here. So, boop, boop. Run the automation cable. Just kind of like that. Straightforward. Okay, steel, steel. We might have to run the pipes a little bit weird over here, so we just want to make sure. Because I might want to run the pipe into the wall and go up here, and then have this loop around to the bottom. We could do a weird setup. I think this works. If I do this, I do that, and then I bridge. It looks so bad. But I think it works. I actually think that works really well. So we may want to do that. And instead of running it inside the metal tiles, we might just run it here. And then this allows us to not run anything on this tile. No contact, right? And then we would want to run double bridge here. That looks so gross. Take this insulated pipe, get it out of here. Which means we could run a pipe going down, but I want to run a cooling from that instead. So that means we'll run 3, run like that. And then we should run that insulated. We'll just do it like that. Okay, this needs to be relocated. This is going to be the door setup. Probably a door right there. Which means this ladder gets aligned to that. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, wow, that actually looked pretty good. I take those. Okay, and then here, 4 tile gap. So how this is going to work is we're running this design, right? So I don't want to replace the wall, so we'll just add it next to it. Like that. Open this up, we go up this way. And then we'll probably want to dig these two to get it started, to build out the stuff. Okay, we're going to want the crude oil. relocate it to here. Okay, so we know that metal tile here. And then we run that in, run that out this way. Makes the most sense to kind of hide the pipe a little clean like this. This comes from up top. Okay, zinc. Oh, this comes in from the bottom. Yeah, and then we go into here. Get the zinc tile. Comes down. Then technically this is ceiling. That should actually work. Yeah. Alright, so that's gonna be our food storage. It shouldn't be running too often, and the next one here is gonna be mealwood. We're probably gonna have another steam turbine aqua tuner here as well for the salt water. We won't do that yet, as we don't need salt water, and not only that, it's gonna be how do I say this? We don't have the power for that, so it won't be until we get the reactor set up. So this is ready. We do want to go into here, so up. We'll do this way, down. We want to grab these resources. Go down that way as well. We have suits down there, so it's not too bad. Okay, automation's pretty good. Need to make sure these are empty. Oxygen is included on that side. Pretty good. Okay, so... empty. Howdy! What's going on, TX? Welcome in. Mr. Panhandle, how are you doing, man? I see you over there. Welcome back to the city for the 84 months, dude. Goodness gracious. How many years has that been, man? Thank you so much, TX, for the long time support, my dude. Appreciate you, man. Been a minute. Hope you've been well, dude. Are you surviving over there, man? It's hot. It's been super hot, dude. 7-year hype? Is that actually 7 years? Holy shit, that is 7 years. 7 years. TX going to grade school. You know, back in the days, I knew TX. He was, we was in high school together. And then I started streaming. And then he subscribed. And then he had kids. No, and then, you know, he found a girl. Got married. Moved to the East Coast. Had family, had kids. Now the kids are going to college, man. It's been a long time. All in 7 years. And I'm over here just streaming still, man. I'm just chilling. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that at times. Just a wee lad. You're staying cool over there, right, man? Because it's hot, dude. But my man, TX. If you guys don't know TX, he used to play the character TX from Red vs. Blue. Back in the days. Only the real ones know. Only the real ones know, man. You've seen Red vs. Blue, right? You know what I'm talking about? I do. Nice. Let's go, man. Sometimes I feel old because of my references and nobody gets them. I was like, oh yeah, I'm old. That's right. Nobody remembers George Michaels. No one knows who Eurymythics is. When I say Sweet Dreams, they're always referencing some modern version, rendition. I'm like, come on, man. The OG was the best. I do not have a spawn. We are not running electrolyzers. Since we're playing the Aquatic Planet Pack, we don't need them. We're running something called Fluke Coral instead. So we've been running these basically all game, and they're going to last us forever. There is going to be a loop that we're going to be able to sustain that just makes it so that we always have the resources for it. So of course you need salt water, right? So we have a saltwater geyser. I am playing on Aquatic Planet Pack. I have the other DLCs enabled, but we're playing on this map. The Aquatic Planet Pack map. So if I click on here, this is Marena's biodiversity. Beachilios. You could build one. It's just that they don't give you gold easily. You have to work really hard to get gold. So if you don't have gold, you have to make steel for the spawn, right? And I didn't really want to do that because I just got steel, but I've had these on for a while. And then another thing is they don't give you that much algae, so surviving without oxygen is a little bit of a struggle. So you're kind of forced into this. You can still build a spawn, like at this point now that I have a meta refinery and I can make steel. We could just make it. But, you know, since we already have those, I don't have to, right? So it's like, yeah, don't need to. We're going to build other stuff instead. As you can see, our oxygen is pretty good. 24, 25, 24, 23. We have no pumps. That's not true. We have this pump here, but this pumps into the suit. We're not actually like distributing the oxygen ourselves. We're just letting it float. 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, and that's it. There it is. We're gonna let some CO2 spill in. I wouldn't mind a small canister to get released. Oh yeah, from here. 3,000. Let me relocate that here and open it. Alright, so we do want to build this part now. Oh no, this is all CO2. They're able to breathe. They're able to breathe. What are they grabbing down there? Can we build a door? Oh, it's the igneous. Probably. Let's build a door to prevent the dupes from going down there and not having a good time. Alright, you can't enter, but if you're inside, you could leave. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna need more igneous for the build. So we have to dig this side, some igneous. Shouldn't be too bad. Igneous down here? Not really. Through this wall, I guess. And then I guess we do have the capabilities to keep digging. So it's going to be Ocean Man. He's going to start working on this obsidian. A little bit of igneous here. Oh, we actually can't reach that. I didn't realize. Good, good. Oh, you're stuck. Can you reach anything here? Zinc ore. Can you do this? You can. Climb up. You can do it. There we go. Okay, let's do that to try to keep some CO2 here. I have very few mods. So I have something called sweep by type. You know, when you do the sweep button, you just sweep everything. I get to select what I sweep. Because I don't like it when I get a red icon on something I don't have storage for. And then I have to go back and cancel sweep and all that. It's annoying. So I have a filter for my sweep button. Second mod I have is called Smart Mop. One of the things I feel like is kind of stupid is that when you mop, you have to cover the entire pool in order to mop. I have one click mop the entire pool. You see that? So if I click on one part of it, the entire pool gets mopped up. So those two mods. The third mod I use is pliers. We have something called disconnect tool, but it's only 2 tiles range. Pliers is the same thing, but you get infinite range. So if I'm ever needing to redo my power line, I could just chop it up like that. And then we could reconnect it. So it's just a little bit quality of life. The last mod I have, I don't run that many mods, is Mass Move. I highly recommend this. When you click on an item, you get to relocate. You could instead do a whole area of liquid items and move them all at once. It's the same thing, it just saves you clicking each item one at a time. But yeah, I don't play with too many mods. I play very bare minimum. Those are all the mods that I play with. Nothing else. So you could see nothing I play with changes the game. Everything is basically out of the box default. I had mods who killed my game. That can happen, yeah. That can happen indeed. I saw someone playing with like 100 mods, and then their dupes were breathing a lot more than they should have. And he was like, yeah, man, Clay, patch your game. And it's like, no, dude, it's your mods. I played this game way too many hours. I've never seen that. They were inhaling way too much oxygen per second. And I was like, yeah, your mods probably broke the game. I just didn't want to say anything. But yeah, man, watch out with the mods. This game is already borderline jank with some of the interactions. Adding too many mods is only going to make all that a lot more exaggerated. Which, you know, in and of itself is already kind of exaggerated given the nature of the game. Alright, we just gotta catch some CO2 right there. Realistically, we might not be able to. Let me move these items out. Probably the tile's gonna be there and not here. And then carbon dioxide. We have none in here, but we're not pumping anymore. I can't split the bottle. The only other thing we could do is probably just do a new canister filter. Grab a little bit of CO2 that we want. And just grab the power from the line. My kitty cat behind me is yelling at me. He's like, hey man, what are you doing? It's time for my head rubs. Kitty cats, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we know we do want to have a loader here. So sweeping. So it's here, huh? I wonder how we're gonna fit everything. And then this is the dupes eating in. So maybe on the sides it's not bad. We could run this side. I don't think that's gonna bop the plants, but to be safe, it should be on this side. We would have tiles here, just naturally. Run that up. I still haven't used the auto sweeper yet. Auto sweeper is really good. Though you could beat the game without using it. It's basically make your life a lot easier. That's kind of the design of the auto sweeper. It's there to make life easier. Because what it does is that anytime something needs to be done, in my case, if an egg gets hatched, they're going to have to move it out. I instead have a sweeper move it, and then it ties to something called a loader that dupes don't interact with. Meaning that a dupe is not going to run here just to deliver something. Unless you wanted to. You could change that. But it makes it so that when something happens, a dupe doesn't have to run over here to do the job and then leave, right? So anything that doesn't require a dupe job, in a sense, like just picking up an item, storing it into a box, you could just use a sweeper for that. So it's pretty nice. But if you have to do something like rock crushing, right? You have to stand there, hit the button. Can't do that. Okay, this got built. Let's go. All right, that's enough. Let's go 420. Let's go. Cut the power. CO2. We're gonna move that in here. What are the plants called in the water? In the Aquatic Planet Pack, everything's in the water. We have the clams. We have the tower kelp. We have the thimbleweed. We got the flue coral. We got the waterweed. It's a little lettuce. There's also the petapoof. And then there's also the starnicle. But the oxygen generating one I'm using is called the flue coral. Right there. Alright, I think this wants to come out this way. And if I want to add another line, it would be up and around this way. Which we can't do, so we would go around into the tile. So hopefully this is fine. If not, we might have to run a separate rail. What are the chances, though? It would make more sense to have it on the right due to how the loaders are going to work, but then my mealwood's going to be on the side. But my fish is on that side. Feels bad, man. It makes sense to do this. Oh, we can't do it anyways. Never mind. Haha. Alright, it's fine. We got the rails in. We do want to dig this. Let's empty out the CO2. Alright, CO2 is going to be inside. There we go, 2 bubbles. Alright, and then we're going to try to push everything in. Pipes inside, looking good. Not bad. New printout. Build operative, which grab the water. The brine. Oh, they're done with this. Let's go with more zinc. We'll never have enough. Same thing with the iron. If we have more ore, we should keep making this. Melting out the ice. And delete the oxygen. Or just move the CO2 there. There we go. Alright, now we can build this tile. And then we'll probably have the loader on the back side here. That makes a lot of sense. Alright, once we build this... We could run no ladder here, to be honest. Just make them swim to deliver the stuff. Wow, you swam inside? You brave. Get them a ladder, man, just in case. They like this green temperature. So the loader is where the sweeper would normally want to deliver to if it's in the range. And then you could build something called a rail. The rail will take it to a chute or a receptacle, which I don't have researched yet. The receptacle is a bin that your dupes could pull from. Or you put it in a chute and you dump it into the world. But yeah. You could also deliver to things like a dispenser. Into a bin. You could also sweep it into a building, which is what we're going to do. So the loader we're going to make here allow dupes to use. We're going to deliver food to here. This is going to be our freezer box. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a sweeper here. Pull the food from the inside and deliver to the grill. That way, if the food is raw and not cooked and it's waiting, it can wait inside without rotting. Once it's actually fully cooked, we're going to deliver it to here. And then the dupes are going to be able to grab the food here and eat it as they want to. And that's going to be our meal hall food storage design. If my dupes are idle, they could sweep. Works out pretty good. Okay, so the big thing here is determining where I want this sweeper. This looks like the optimal spot. And then I don't want to sweep into that. So this is going to want to be here. We put it at the bottom. Probably want to put it floating. So if I do this, I could do it here. Oh, dude, I don't have sushi bar. Okay, we'll have to do sushi bar. No rads, no uranium. Kind of tough. Put suits going out this way. That's so jank, but that would be probably the solution. Haha, yeah, why not? Let's do a couple of suits here. Just 3 suits. And then we'll get rid of everything here. Run a little bit of power wire. run a little bit of oxygen. Let everything out. We could cancel these jobs, and it's just the buildings. Alright, we're not building the sweepers yet. I kind of want to get that built, so we get some uranium, and then we could see the sides of the sushi. I guess we could see here, right? They have dimension size. 4x2. Oh, that's perfect. That is actually perfect. Okay. So we do that here. We could run something here. This is 4x2. Nice. So grill, one of these. Sushi bar on the side. And then the grill is 2x3. So that allows me to get the food box here. I would want it like going up, because otherwise it's not going to be even, but it's like, it's fine. Power doesn't really matter either, given how we have to power everything. And then this goes down into here. So this is going to be cooked food. This is going to be raw food. Yeah. So yeah, the loader only works if you build the rail. I will say this, you can't build the sweeper until you get this skill. Mechatronics. So that's a 5 skill point investment. Not being able to play with the sweeper makes sense, because it's kind of gated behind some skills, so watch out for that. So even if you have the skill, only the specific dupe with the skill could build it. So you have to make sure the guy that does have that skill is your main builder a lot of the times. You're gonna want that, man. Alright, I do also want to sweep this area. Pretty good. Get the power. Get the oxygen. Alright, do we have spare suits? 4. Let's make a couple more. 5. We have, oh, exactly 5 fibers. You serious? Alright, man. We're gonna have to change this. We're gonna actually have to grow the reed fiber here. It's gonna consume so much water. We're out of reeds. Oh, I can't believe it. We're gonna have to shave this bunny for a little bit of reed fiber, dude. He does give us reed fiber. 5 units. Wait, what? Thimbleweed. Let's go. Alright. Pump in the pea water. We can start pumping this, but don't need to. This is still filling up. Oh yeah, we can move the bloater fish into here. So far, this is 28. That's 1632. Yeah. Wrangle 9. Relocate. We're just going to move them from here because we're going to take all the critters from here and move them out. Be like that sometimes. We have to move them to a different location. This one would be not bad as well. Move them into here. We can move the second one there as well. There we go. Then we only have the sea queen, 3 fish. You know what I kind of want to have? I want an egg overlay to see if there's any eggs in this area. That way I could be like a little bit more mindful of that stuff. Like, yo, man, there's a Paku egg. It's gonna hatch and eat all your food. I mean, all your seeds, and it's gonna be bad. I'm like, okay. What? This guy's gotta go. Let's go to priority 9. Nice. Deliver the suits. Once that's done, we could open the doors again. Allow them here to grab some of that sweet, sweet uranium. And we'll start getting the sushi bar tech. Good stuff. Soon, soon. Let's move that there. Get the other one set up on the side. And then we don't really have a means or need to do the second grill once we have the storage. It's gonna be pretty good. All right. Not bad. We're going to be getting food storage. We made steel today. We have some rockets prepared to do a little bit of starting missions. We're going to be sustaining the beacons with the starnicles. It's going to last us for a good minute. While you're moving the fish, I'm going to drain this so that we could start building stuff here. Right? You see how we have these tidal pools? We're going to want to box them up like this. And then we're gonna drain this area so that we could start using it for building space. Also, these things consume salt water, right? So we're gonna eventually drink up all the salt water, and we're gonna start from this area. Otherwise, we're gonna leave the other saltwater areas alone for now. But yeah, we want the space, man. So, people of chat, this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. So, of course, it is Friday, so I hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Appreciate you guys for tuning in today. We'll be continuing the run on Monday. Y'all know what it is. Of course, people of chat. Time for us to get that saving.